That's what a squirrel sounds like. The Ballad of Squirrelbeard, Part 1. The Meeting of Squirrelbeard. I gotta be curious how he got that nickname, but I suppose all will be unveiled shortly. I've been watching so many ReddX stories on YouTube, bless, and I was thankful that I didn't have experience with neckbeards when my husband reminded me that I did for 14 years. I mean, when you're that close to it, yeah, sometimes it's kind of hard to see it. And indeed, it is the beard on the inside that counts. Bam, bam, bam. Go ahead, t-shirt over on Teespring. Thanks so much. It was then that I realized the blinders that I had on. And yes, indeed, I have a neckbeard tail. And I think the only way to deal with it is to share it with the masses or anyone willing to read it. Which now includes me. Before it included Moonhorse, and I don't know who else picked this one up, but I do like it. I'm not scared to retread old ground, give it my own spin. So I'm gonna start with the introduction, and if anyone wants more, then I'll continue. It's a story that encompasses my life from the age of 14 to 28. I'm 38 now, so it is quite a tale. Yeah, that's beefy. I'm ready. Let's start from the very beginning, however. I was just 14 and starting high school. But before any story happens, yes, of course, there's a cast of characters that we need to meet, and that includes OP, me, 14-year-old female with divorced parents. I had terrible self-esteem, very into Sailor Moon and Power Rangers, stupidly had just moved in with my abusive biological father and was expected to be a trophy daughter and deny everything I liked and wanted to be. Prime pickin' for any male attention. Oh, that is unfortunate right there. And of course, the beard's gonna swoop right in, do what he does worst, I guess. I was gonna say best, but yeah, this ain't a good move to make, man. And of course, we have the beard of our tale, Squirrelbeard, who was a 16-year-old band geek, liked manga and anime, played Pokemon cards because, yeah, most guys did in 1998. Guilty. The object of my misguided affection. I guess I could see it. The band geek going with the anime slash Super Sentai fan. Why not? There's probably some overlap there. Those are really the only characters for part 1. This really just covers me meeting Squirrelbeard in my first year of high school and why I would get involved at all in this 14-year dumpster fire. It has got me some tires in there. It's been burning for a long time. The cast will change over the next 14 years if we continue this saga, which you did. So thank you for that. With all that said, let us begin. To understand a little bit about my mindset at the time, you need just a little bit of backstory about me. I had a tale of 2 childhoods. Yeah, that's my favorite from Dickens, right? My mom was absolutely amazing, albeit overprotective. I understood later that this is because my biological father often threatened to kidnap me when I was a little girl. What? Oh my god, dude. This is already getting so heavy. I'm so sorry that happened, man. How are we technically 1 paragraph in and it's already this chaotic? God. At 14, mothers and daughters tend to not get along. And 14-year-old girls do not like to feel overprotected. Yeah, but mom's doing the right thing here, I gotta say. I also did not yet comprehend the level of abuse that I would suffer after moving in with my biological father. Yeah, why would she let you go? He's threatening to kidnap you, and she's like, okay, I'll let you have her on the weekends. Oh, man. At that point, we file a restraining order. We move cities. We can't do this any longer. The abuse up to this point had been just gaslit away. It had only been in recent years that I understood the level of abuse that I suffered in his home, and that his home had always been the polar opposite of my stable home life with my mom. This is important because you need to understand that upheaval that I stupidly caused in my own life at this point in time. Yeah, but you can't blame yourself for that. That's absolutely wild. Parents are supposed to be there to protect, to take care of. Although I suppose it would also explain the reason that she puts up with the shenanigans that Squirrelbeard is just bound to get up to, right? Ugh. I was new to high school and in a new, abusive, and chaotic home environment. This is why on the first day of school, when I saw this geeky looking guy with pretty blue eyes in band, I was immediately enamored. I know. I mean, this puppy love, what you gonna do? You didn't really know him deeper than that, so I'd say that's normal. The boy would turn out to be Squirrelbeard, and this moment in time would change the course of my life in ways that I never imagined. I really should have stayed on swim team and dropped band. Yeah, then you could be like with the jockeyer kids, right? Not trying to dunk on band nerds or anything like that. I was good friends with a lot of the band nerds, but you gotta say, in most high school settings, one is on one tier and the other is on the other tier. I'll let you determine which one is which. I was painfully shy and insecure, and I think Squirrelbeard realized that pretty quickly. He saw me reading manga, which was a little hard to come by in the late 90s. It isn't everywhere like it is now, and he was intrigued. He started talking to me about manga and anime, and over the next several weeks, he asked to borrow my manga, and even went as far as protecting me when the other first-year students went through hazing. We were percussionists, and newbies were rounded up and put in the drum room. Lights were turned off, and drumsticks thrown at them. Dude, this is madness. I guess it's one of those things that happen, but thank God I never experienced it. Squirrelbeard warned me that this was about to happen and took me to a practice room to protect me. We didn't actually practice. He showed me his Pokemon cards and we just hung out. Well, I mean, that's one point in his favor, I guess. He would also go out of his way to be a gentleman and do things for me like picking up drumsticks or mallets off of the ground. He seemed irritated when I told him that I could do that myself. Yeah, that's a bit too chivalrous, if you would ask me. So, okay, 1 point in the pros, 1 point in the cons, I guess. A few months into the school year, I thought for sure he was about to ask me out. He seemed interested, and I was doing everything to show him that I was, but to my utter horror, I found out that he was dating a close friend who was also in percussion. At 14, almost 15 by this point, it seemed like the end of the world. Puppy love strong, like I'm saying. Little did I know that this was the tip of the iceberg as to what was about to happen. Also during this year, there were rumors that he did some stuff with another female percussionist in the back of the band bus against her will. Oh, God. That's like 20 in the cons column. What is going on? I mean, it's just a rumor, but I don't know. There's a kernel of truth, isn't there? Ugh, I don't know if this is true, but knowing what I know now, I tend to think that it probably happened. Yeah, then you need to turn and run. Honestly, this is such a terrible situation. But like I said, puppy love strong, hindsight's 2020. Oh, it's gonna be a long ride to the bottom. Most of the year was me pining for Squirrelbeard and him paying attention to me at his leisure, just enough to make me think that I had a chance. See, he ain't even really serious though, he just enjoys the attention. Chicks do this too, right? Don't fall for it. Are you in or are you out? And this guy's definitely out. Even if he wanted to be in, I still push him out. Never. This saga is not going to be light and fuzzy. Can you tell that already? I'm pretty sure I could tell that already. You know, Squirrelbeard, I was hoping for fuzzy, but no, it's not going to be that. So by the end of year 1, he was single again. Shocker. But I was leaving the state for most of the break to visit my family, so I wouldn't see him again until band camp just before year 2. This is a small introduction to Squirrelbeard, but I feel I have but brushed the surface of this saga, and so I'll probably share part 2 tomorrow if there's even a little bit of interest. Part 2, we meet a teenage Legbeard that gets involved with Squirrelbeard and changes the course of his life, and solidifies him as a Neckbeard forevermore. Edit TLDR. Dumb teenage girl falls in love with a budding neckbeard because teenage girls are idiots. I think teenage boys are also idiots, if I can recall that. That was a long time ago, but yeah, I do remember getting involved with some people that I should not have gotten involved with. I guess the only positive we had for Squirrelbeard was that he tried to protect OP, but then yeah, he just goes over the top with the chivalrousness. And the biggest red flag of all happened in the back of a band bus, and like, yeah, is it just a rumor? I don't like this, bro. Even just a rumor. I don't think you want a chance at OP. He wasn't even showcasing real chivalry. Like, it was all just a tactic to get her to lower the guard and, you know, so he could worm his way in and, I hate him already. I tried to play both sides and be like, well, he did a good thing, but then he immediately did like the worst thing possible. So I guess we'll just jump into part 2 since the episode, you know, that was a short one. Part 2 is longer, and we'll just we'll see how it goes right now. The Ballad of Squirrelbeard, Part 2, The Tale of the Legbeard. Yeah, when legbeards and neckbeards get together, it can change the course of history. And not for the better, mind you. Okay, I didn't feel I left you with very much in the intro, so I bring you to part 2, year 2 of high school for me. This is a very important part of the story, although it focuses more on a legbeard than it does our neckbeard. It's quite long, but the events in this story set the stage for the next 13 years. You should read part 1 if you haven't. It's just an intro, but it sets up the story. Well, check on that. We got it. And now we're getting into some heavy cringe, I'm sure. But first, the cast list again. OP, that's me. 15-year-old year 2 high school student, trusting, naive, abused, and in need of love of any source. Yeah, that breaks my heart, man. Avid writer and fan of creative writing class, local singer and high school journalist, in love with Squirrelbeard. Can't you see? I suppose you can't. Easy answer there. Squirrelbeard is SB, a 17-year-old year 4 high school student planning to go to Japan after graduation because his love of anime, manga, and all things Japanese had become an obsession. Oh man, of course he wants to go to Japan. And then you get there and you realize, like, it's mostly just a normal country. There's a bunch of normies walking around, you know, just going about their day. Otakus and stuff like that, they exist, but you're not gonna see them. They're not gonna come hang out with you. Japan is gonna offer a big culture shock to any neckbeards that go, I'm pretty sure. Crazy Beard, CB, is the legbeard of this saga. She too is 17 and a year 4 student at this time. She was in my creative writing class and I thought that she was a close friend. Oh man, it's another stealth beard, isn't it? You get too comfy and then the mask comes off and it's too late. You're already in her clutches. And from what I understand in the first part, she's the one that kind of supercharged Squirrelbeard's beardiness, right? Is that why he's in love with Japan all of a sudden? I guess we'll see. Step Monster is my stepmother that was generally a monster to me, but in this tale, she was my savior. It was a rare moment, but also a nice one. Yeah, I guess even evil people can't be evil all the time, right? It takes a lot. Biological father is BF. That is my biological father, if you didn't know. Abusive a-hole that saw me as something to control. Not as a person. Not my dad. I had a wonderful dad, R.I.P., but that was not this man. Yeah, biological father? That's the kind of title you give to somebody you want to keep at an arm's length. Even on top of that, I've heard some people say, yeah, just sperm donor. He gave the sperm that created me, and that's it. I'm still curious as to why OP left, like, her protective, loving mother's house. But yeah, I guess just teenage stuff. I don't really know. It's gonna be rough, dude. Buckle in. With that, dear reader, let us begin this second part of the tale. By year 2, I had quit band, as had Squirrelbeard. I started taking voice lessons and performing at local malls. At school, I wrote for the school newspaper. The two brightest spots of my day were journalism class and creative writing. It was in creative writing that this girl sat next to me. She was short, although to be fair, I'm 5'7", so taller than a lot of people. She had long brown hair, naturally tan complexion, and was very thin. She seemed sweet. I wouldn't know until later how batshit crazy she actually was. It is another stealth beard, dude. You think everything's all normal, everything's fine, then you make friends, you make nicey nice, and you find out the truth way too late. I hate it. This was Crazy Beard. Crazy Beard started talking to me, and I was so lonely and attention starved that I ate up anyone talking to me. So to put this in perspective, I didn't even have a lunch table to sit at. I hid in the doorway of the creative writing classroom during lunch. I also had an eating disorder at this time because biological father told me that he needed me to be a trophy daughter when we went out to events for his job. So I had to look good. Ew. Ugh. That is the most hateable thing I've ever heard. You can sit with me at lunch, OP, if you want. This entire situation is just already the worst. I don't know why I decided to do this today. Like, hey, come back, do the Twitch streams. Oh, okay, well, now I'm depressed. I guess this would be a good time to tell you how I look then. Like I said, I'm 5'7", which is tall, at least where I'm from. I had long blonde hair, blue eyes, and the palest skin that you can imagine. I had a skin cancer scare at 12, so I pretty much avoid the sun in general. Honestly, it's not a bad way to live. I've always struggled with my weight, but at that point in my life, I was a healthy weight. That was in no way good enough for biological father. I was constantly told that I was fat and needed to lose weight. It didn't matter how little I ate or how much I worked out, it was never enough for that monster. So you can see where my insecurities came from. Mix all that pressure with a 15-year-old mind, and I saw myself as some giant freak that was completely unworthy of affection. Although, that is all I wanted. God, dude, you're breaking my heart. This is the worst. I definitely hope that later in life you were able to realize that you are worthy of affection. And I suppose you did at some point since you kicked the beard to the curb, but yeah, long learning process and it's going to be a painful journey. I'm like very sure of that by now. So all this brings us back to Crazy Beard. When she started talking to me, I jumped at the chance to be her friend. In my mind, this petite, pretty girl wanted to befriend a giant monstrosity like me. I was over the moon. At least for now. I got to a point where I counted the minutes until creative writing class because it was just so nice to have someone to talk to. This went on for several weeks and I thought I might actually be making a best friend. Then, after class one day, she told me that her boyfriend was coming to meet up with her, and she wanted me to meet him. So the bell rang, and I waited with her. I was looking the opposite direction when her voice caught my attention. OP, I want you to meet my boyfriend, Squirrelbeard, she said. I turned and looked, completely stunned. Nice to meet you, Squirrelbeard said, playing along as if he had never met me. Ugh, it's like that high school politics, you know? You're a couple grades lower, so all of a sudden we don't know each other or something like that. As a 30-year-old man, I say don't let him slide. Call him out on that. But as a 14-year-old, yeah, I kind of get why you didn't. You just rolled with the punches like, okay, I guess this is what we're doing now. Now I was really stunned. In hindsight, there was no way that Crazy Beard didn't know that he knew me, and I very highly doubt that she was unaware of my feelings for him. Our school was not that big, and it wasn't a secret. I think she had crafted this moment to make a point of letting me know to back off. At the time, I was naive and just in shock, so I went with it and said, Likewise, I should go. And I ran off. I mean, what else can you do? Teenage years are just hard like this, man. I went home and cried. I was pretty broken up about my friend dating the quote-unquote love of my life. It feels gross to say that now because he was so not the love of my life, but 15-year-olds are dumb. And I'm leaving gender out of it because yeah, just in general, okay? OP did specify girls, but I'm not even going there. I'll make a completely blanket statement. I'm comfortable with that. So I found Squirrelbeard before school the next day and confronted him. Why did you act like you didn't know me? I asked. Crazybeard introduced us and it caught me off guard. I didn't know what else to say, Squirrelbeard said. I'm not buying that. I'm not buying any of that. How about hello? How about actually we do know each other? Anything? No? Okay. And OP says as much. How about, yeah, we're friends? I asked. Crazybeard gets jealous, and this is new. But if she thinks we're friends because of her, then it'll be cool, he reasoned. Not cool. I sighed. I didn't like it, but I would also do anything to make Squirrelbeard happy, so I relented. Fine. The three of us could be friends, he assured me. Okay, I reluctantly agreed, but after that, Crazybeard went out of her way to hang out with me outside class and always had Squirrelbeard with her. I mean, I guess you guys could be friends, just friends. Under the watchful eye of this jealous Legbeard. She would come see me in my doorway hiding spot like I was some pathetic wounded bird that she was mothering back to health. At the time, I thought it was so sweet that Crazybeard and Squirrelbeard cared about me so much and that maybe I finally had some friends. This went on for a couple of months, then I started hearing rumors. Yeah, that's the disadvantage of a small school, and also just teenager dumb in general. High school kids talk a lot, as any person that had been through the horror of high school can attest to. The current rumor was that Squirrelbeard was going to break up with Crazybeard for me. I tried really hard not to think too much about it because rumors and just that. Rumors. Okay, but how did this rumor get started? Probably Squirrelbeard spread it. It's not OP that's making anybody believe this, right? I think he thinks if he just spreads it around, Crazybeard will overhear, then she'll break up with him, then it'll be like an easier breakup. That's like the high school brain for you, right? I think I broke that down. And of course, Crazybeard took these rumors 100% to heart. It was Friday, and Crazybeard and I were sitting in creative writing in front of our computers. She looked really freaked out. Are you okay? I asked. Not really, she said. What's wrong? I asked. Crazybeard sighed. I cannot. You can tell me. I promise, Crazybeard, whatever it is, you could talk to me, I said. Words that I would regret in mere moments. I cannot say it, but I can type it. Bro, this is such a cop-out. What are you talking about? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, go ahead, type it if it makes you feel better. Then Crazybeard opened up Microsoft Word and typed on a new document. I'm late. Late? You were on time today, I said. Like I said, I was painfully naive. No, late, Crazybeard said. It took me thinking about it for a good 30 seconds to process what she was trying to tell me. Whoa, wait, you mean you're... I don't know, maybe, Crazybeard said, looking more panicked. Is this all a manipulation tactic? I don't feel like I could believe anything that comes out of her mouth. We've already been through the Regina George garbage. I'm about 90% sure that all of this is made up just so Squirrelbeard won't break up with her. So crazy. Fake pregnancy scare in high school. Oh, great. What are you, what are you doing? I could not wrap my head around this. I was 15, and my 17-year-old friend was possibly pregnant by my 17-year-old love interest. What the hell was my life? It's high school, dude. It gets wild, you know? After class, I asked her how this had happened. Oh boy, that's the conversation, isn't it? She told me that she had taken Squirrelbeard's virginity in one of the school bathrooms one day. Oh, that's romance. I'll tell you what. That's always where I dreamed of having my first time happen, in a high school bathroom. And she said it only happened once, both then and to this day. The idea of banging in a school bathroom seems so gross. It is so gross. That's one of those things that you only do if you're into the gross a little bit. You know what I mean? It can feel like super dirty and naughty and whatnot, but yeah, romantic it ain't. I was completely floored. Believe it or not, at 15, sex was not something that I thought too much about. Don't get me wrong, it was on my radar, and self-satisfaction was certainly a thing, but the idea of actually doing it with a boy was so far from my mind. I was in no way ready to even think about doing it. Yeah, 15, that's pretty young. And then you hit like 16 and a switch kind of flips. And you're like, yes, I need to do that. At least that's how I remember it working. But my first time, it was a disaster. I'm not going there. That's all I'll say. It was a disaster. All weekend, I tried to reconcile in my mind the boy that I knew with the boy that had allegedly gotten my friend pregnant. On Monday, Crazybeard confirmed to me that she was preggers, and Squirrelbeard started avoiding me like the plague. It's all fake, dude. I know that's gonna be the big reveal. To be honest, most of the next couple of weeks are a blur that has been lost to time and trauma. I remember little things like Crazybeard showing up at school with a sonogram and holding her stomach a lot. Where'd you get that sonogram from? You printed it out? It's Google Images? Maybe not in 1998. Ask Jeeves. This is too ludicrous, dude. I remember seeing Squirrelbeard a couple of times and him saying that he wanted Crazybeard to terminate, but she wouldn't. And he didn't know what this meant for him because he had yet to tell his parents. All right, well, maybe just wait until she starts showing, until you see a sonogram that isn't printed out from online. Do you guys think this is real? Am I crazy for just not believing a single word of it? And then came the fallout. Okay, good. Surprise, surprise, it was all a giant manipulation. A few weeks after Crazybeard's announcement, she came to class crying. I asked her what was wrong, and she told me that Squirrelbeard was being sent away that day. I was in disbelief as she relayed the story. Turns out, they finally told his parents about the baby, and his parents had lost their collective shit. His dad was always moving to a city about 6 hours away for work, but the plan had been to let Squirrelbeard stay behind and graduate. However, when they found out that Crazybeard was pregnant, that plan went out the window, and they were forcing Squirrelbeard to leave school and move right away so he could get a job and care for the baby. Crazybeard was so upset. Yeah, this fake baby, he's getting a job and all this stuff, but it's too late now. You got everybody believing this. You can't just be like, oh, I lied, he has to stay here. Oh, what a tangled web we weave when first we choose to deceive. You ever hear about that, Crazybeard? No, she didn't. I felt like I was just in a fog for the rest of the day. Was she actually pregnant, though? Remember, I was still in love with Squirrelbeard at this point, and he was leaving just like that. I hoped that he would find me to explain to me what was going on, but he never did. He never even said goodbye to me. I saw him saying goodbye to some other friends, and I froze. unable to go over to him as I watched him walk away. See, this is life just telling you to let go. Everything gets thrown in your path. At a certain point, maybe the universe is trying to communicate to you that this isn't the best path. Well, OP goes home and in true dramatic teenage girl fashion, fell to the floor, sobbing. This was a lot to take in. My step monster actually came and sat with me on the floor and held me when I cried. This was one of the handful of times that she was very kind to me. Usually she just tormented me for not being Christian. To this day, however, I do appreciate that she was there. I mean, especially when you're younger, it's easy to see your parents as these people, or step parents, as these people who are supposed to have the answers to absolutely everything, but lots of the times we don't. Parents are people that are just pretending like they know what's going on, but yeah, really we're just doing the best that we can. I can't begrudge Step Monster too much. I do understand that sometimes it's hard. Actually, a lot of times it's hard. So yeah, I take it with a grain of salt, I suppose. Over the next few weeks, I tried to be there for Crazybeard because, according to her, she was all alone. And Squirrelbeard had broken up with her and was going to try and take full custody of the baby. Bro, I still don't think the baby's real. Honestly, she said he was never gonna let her see the baby. And then one day she said she had a miscarriage. Gasp. There's a ticking timer on that, honestly. If there was ever actually really a baby, I'd be shocked, okay? The next day, she said that was all a lie because she didn't want Squirrelbeard to take the baby. Oh, the twists and turns. I believed each version of the story that she fed me. Like I said, naive, idiot girl. But there is something endearing about naivete, you know? I'm sorry that the world had to squeeze that out of you. I wish that we could all just believe each other at face value, but it's not the case. It had been about a month since Squirrelbeard left when he came back home to see Crazybeard about the baby. I wasn't here for this, but I heard all about it later. Squirrelbeard showed up at Crazybeard's work. Evidently, when she saw him, she freaked out and ran to the bathroom. When she came out, she had a very unconvincing baby bump. He reached up her shirt and pulled out a wad of toilet paper. That really is some high school kid brain style stuff right there. Maybe if I just put toilet paper under. It's like really the bump doesn't show all that much until you're much later into the pregnancy. What's she now, like 3 months or something like that? She thought she was gonna fool somebody with a wad of toilet paper. Oh, he can't make something like that up. That's so funny. Of course, Crazybeard had never been pregnant. Ah, we knew, but still, it's good to hear you say it. It turns out, while they banged in the bathroom, ew, she had not gotten pregnant. She told him that she was and blackmailed him into sleeping with her pretty much every day so she could get pregnant, and she never did. That's divine intervention right there. She told him that if they didn't bang, then she'd tell his parents about the baby, and so he did it. She told him if he broke up with her, she would tell his parents. Finally, he got sick of it and told his parents himself. And that's when he got sent away, and after all the blackmail, he realized how insane she was, and that's why he was threatening to go for custody of the quote-unquote baby. Some friends of his that he kept in touch with told him that Crazybeard's baby bump tended to come and go. So he came to confront her, and that is when he showed up at her workplace. Why would you pretend on some days? If you're gonna commit, you gotta commit. After that, Crazybeard was pulled out of school, and I never saw her again. Honestly, thank God. I did talk to her about 10 years after that. She was married with some kids and seemed to think of everything that happened in high school as just childish antics. Yes, childish antics that left a deep, deep mental scar on many people. but I guess, you know, you gotta preserve your own ego. Because yeah, every teenage girl fakes a pregnancy to keep a boyfriend, right? Wrong. And this should have been the end of the story. I should have let it die and never talked to Squirrelbeard again after this. But I was in love, and he was my soulmate. Ugh. So, dear reader, our story does not end here. Actually, it is just getting started. Because you see, what Crazy Beard did to Squirrelbeard would allow him to justify the way he treated girls going forward, including me. Stay tuned for part 3, in which we finish my high school years and move on to adulthood, where I am older, but still no wiser. TLDR, Legbeard befriends OP, dates Squirrelbeard, fakes pregnancy, and ensures Squirrelbeard's final transformation into a Neckbeard. Yeah, you hate to see that. Honestly, I want to feel bad for Squirrelbeard, like in this singular part of the story, but then I remember what happened back in part 1, and I'm like, yeah, he's a pretty garbage human being too, so perhaps they belong together? I really don't know. I don't even know how to feel about this one, man. Bad for OP. I guess that's how I feel about it. Really bad that OP had to experience all this crap. The Ballad of Squirrelbeard, Part 3, Movie Beard Interlude. Yeah, it's just a little bit of an interlude, you know? We had a movie beard before. I think that's in the short saga or something. Like, one of the best performing thumbnails on the channel. I'll probably just end up recycling it for this one. How about that? There you go. That was the thumbnail, okay? So, hello, kind reader. Hi, is Emerald Aussie. I appreciate the upvotes. As this is my first series of posts, I wasn't sure that anyone would care, and honestly, I'm still unsure that anyone cares. What a mood. But I enjoy writing this out, so I figured I would share, and hopefully you are all enjoying the reading. I definitely think people care. It's been covered a few times on a few different channels, so yes, indeed, safe to say, thousands care. I enjoyed the Wholesome Award, that was cute. This tale will not stay wholesome, unfortunately. If you haven't, you should read part 1 and 2 for the setup, which I read all in one video, so that's why we're on part 3 with only one previous video. Got it? Good. Edit! Edit. Thank you to ReddX for picking up my story and for telling me about Moonhorse reading it. For Moonhorse's reading, click over there, and ReddX's reading, that's down in the description. I didn't know that you didn't realize Moonhorse had read it. That's interesting. But yeah, Mooney, he a good guy, you know what I'm saying? I'll give him the plug, that's fine. This tale covers my year 3 and 4 of high school. Why? Mostly because I didn't actually see Squirrelbeard for this entire time. Although, out of sight does not mean out of mind. That's right, because you in that heavy puppy love. This tale focuses more on Beetle and a bloke that we will call Movie Beard, and it sets up the next story post-high school life. All right, so buckle in. Not much Squirrelbeard, but that's okay. We get a substitute beard for the semester. I'll take it. The cast, OP, 16 or 17 years old. This story covers years 11 and 12 of high school. After everything in year 10, I was not nearly as trusting, but I was still naive and abused and in need of love. I had also decided it was not worth it and shut everyone out, including the few friends that I had. So you gotta question the things that your brain is telling. If you're in need of love, then hang on to your friends, you know? Brain lies. Brain always lies. Question it, you know? I know it's hard at 16 or 17 though. I was still in love with Squirrelbeard, even after everything, and I had thrown myself into the role of being the perfect trophy daughter, which made me even more miserable. I was not a happy or good person. I'd become an editor of the school paper, continued singing in local malls, and even joined choir. Okay, I'll believe you on the not happy part, but I do believe that you're a good person. A good person wouldn't put themselves through all of this stuff for the benefit of somebody else, you know? We've also got Squirrelbeard, of course, 18/19 years old, still living in the city about 6 hours away from me, which I will call Cityville, the city of Townsville. He was recovering from the upheaval after Crazy Beard's fake pregnancy had been exposed. We continued to talk online and maintained our friendship. He does not actually appear in person in this story, but his presence is felt through the entire thing. Well, that's pretty ominous, isn't it? Beetle is a 17/18-year-old, year 4 graduate, teenage hippie, my best friend, the true love of my life, although that was unknown then, my current husband, but at this time I had no thoughts of romance. I was far too in love with Squirrelbeard, and Beetle, he was in love with another girl, which was Cowgirl, absolute country bumpkin that was Beetle's long-distance girlfriend, later turned abusive fiancé. She doesn't appear too much in this saga, but Beetle's relationship with her was why he sympathizes with my quote-unquote love for Squirrelbeard, and Cowgirl is spoken of, so I will include her here. Yeah, we're bulking out the cast list today, all right. Raven, schoolmate in my year that had been in school with me since year 4 in primary. It wasn't until year 12 that we became friends. She fancied herself a goth/vampire and could have easily become a legbeard, but she went the goth/emo route instead, which is how we managed to hold on to a friendship. Yeah, I don't know. I've seen some goth legbeards before. I'm not convinced that being goth or emo completely precludes you from being legbeard. It is pretty close. Never mind. It's a breakdown for another day. All right, Honey. That's a schoolmate in my year that was absolutely super sweet. She was part of the friend group that Beetle and I hung out with in my year 11. Marine, schoolmate that's older than me. He starts the story in year 12 and by the end has enlisted in the Marines. He is Honey's boyfriend and Moviebeard's best friend. Well, you know what they say, birds of a feather. I swear I'm probably not going to remember half these people. This is a beefy cast list indeed today. Finally, we get a blurb about our beard. Just when all hope was lost. Moviebeard was a schoolmate that was a year above me, worked at the local movie theater, and still does 20 plus years later, last I checked. Oh my God. I hope he really enjoys that job. 2 decades of your life? Wow, man. He thought it was a very cool job, and he had a crush on me, much to my chagrin. Stepmonster, my stepmother that was generally a monster to me, but in this tale, she was my savior. It was a rare moment, but also nice. Is this copy-pasted from the last one? In the last tale, she was your savior. What's going on here? I guess we'll see if she saves OP again. Biological father is, my biological father. Abusive a-hole that saw me as something to control, not as a person, not my dad. I had a wonderful dad, R.I.P., but that was not this man. Mom is my mom. Yep, sure enough. A true angel that tried to save me from abuse, but being a stubborn teenage girl, I did not make that easy. Seems to be how it goes a lot of the time. Kids get them hormones in them and they just off and running out into the streets. Dad, not my bio father. He married my mom when I was 6, and by the time I lived through the horror of living with biological father, I realized that Dad was truly my dad. At 23, I changed my last name from biological father to Dad's to symbolize who I truly thought of as my dad. Dad was a great man, and I miss him dearly. He passed in 2019. Well, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm surprised it gets a little shout out in the cast list, you know? Why not? We seem to be beefing it out today, so I guess we'll have to see how many actually apply. Probably they all do, but I don't know if I'll remember them. And now let's continue this saga. So as I said at the end of part 2, I should have thanked the gods that Squirrelbeard and Crazybeard were out of my life and had moved on. And I was thankful that Crazybeard was out of my life, but teenage quote-unquote love does not let go so easily. And so, even though by all logic, I should have seen Squirrelbeard for who he was at this point, I didn't. Because as I said, 16-year-old me believed that he was the love of my life and my soulmate. Can you feel the cringe? I mean, I believe in soulmates. I believe in love. Not necessarily a cringy thing as far as I'm concerned. Love is beautiful. Love with the beard, however, yeah, that's pretty cringe. I will grant you that one. So let me start by recapping the summer between my years 10 and 11. Toward the end of year 10, I'd gotten my license, as well as a brand spanking new candy apple red sports car. Bam, bam, bam! Freedom on a plate! This was not my choice. I wanted a used red Jeep Cherokee, but biological father wanted his trophy daughter to have a car that he could brag about, and nothing says class and money like getting your blonde 16-year-old daughter the traditional candy apple red sports car. I mean, okay, you wanted the Jeep, it's a little ungrateful. I mean, I hate to presume too much, but it's hard to get mad at the dude that buys his 16-year-old kid a car outright, you know? Of course, he's not really doing it for her, he's doing it for himself, but I don't know, maybe a thank you's in order. That summer, I enjoyed having the freedom to drive around to my heart's content. I was no longer trapped at home. I could finally go do whatever I wanted, until disaster hit. One weekend on the way home from a family gathering, a few hours away from the town I lived in, my family was in a car accident. It was a drunk driver that decided to do a U-turn on the highway. Jesus. By the time biological father realized what the drunk driver was doing, it was too late. We hit him going 95 kilometers, 60 miles per hour, and in those moments before we hit, I knew there was no way to stop. At the speed we were going, I truly thought that this was it for me. I braced myself to die as we made impact. I mean, 60 miles per hour, is it really that fast? Yeah, probably. Human body was not designed to go 60 miles per hour. Somehow, I didn't die. No one did, and the police were shocked. Because of the state of the vehicle that biological father had been driving, the police drove up expecting to be handling a fatal accident. All in all, we were way past lucky. Biological father messed up his knee and ultimately needed knee surgery. My little sister ended up with a cut above her eye, and I ended up banged up by the airbag and biting my tongue, which caused it to swell up and made me unable to talk, let alone sing, for several weeks. It sucked, but considering what could have happened, it wasn't too bad. Wasn't too bad. That's a miracle, isn't it? No broken bones, no nothing. Everybody just got out of this car and walked away. Yeah, that's divine intervention is what that is. So yeah, we were all okay, except for the trauma. To this day, I am a terrible passenger. My husband takes great care when driving me anywhere because I'm jumpy as hell. I never wanted to drive again after that accident. Obviously, I had to because I had to be able to get places. My stepmonster eventually forced me back into the driver's seat, and I learned to be okay with driving. Although to this day, I will avoid being the one to drive if I can help it at all. This whole incident just added to my already intense trauma. There's also a story in there where I was cutting to try to not binge after eating. My voice instructor had busted me and told me that throwing my food up would damage my voice, and I loved singing too much. Binge after, I think that's purging after eating. But yeah, either way, not a good situation to be in. This is going to some dark places, I feel. Stepmonster caught me cutting and threatened to tell biological father if I didn't tell him. So I asked for him to help with my depression, and he told me I was too young to know depression, and it was a sick cry for attention. And then he sent me to the corner for acting like a child. Too young to know depression, bro. Just because somebody's experience is something that you've gone through and you survived doesn't mean that it's nothing. Maybe try listening to your children. Maybe try providing them with a therapist if it's needed. There's really so much more he could have done, but he just kind of wrote it off. Of course, there's more to all that story, but you get the idea, and that is for another day, perhaps. Yeah, I don't know if I'm ready to go there. Needless to say, by the time year 11 started, I was not in a good place. The first day of school, I had lunch, which involved me not actually eating, but not wanting to be in a doorway again. So I sat not eating at a bench on the far side of the school, away from everyone else. This was a spot that the few friends I used to have once hung out, but they had since joined clubs that met at lunch, so it was a great spot for me to be alone. I mean, if you miss them, you could go join the club or something like that. God, them teenage years is wild, ain't they? You can like feel the angst dripping off the screen. I'll just go to the far end of the campus to be alone with my thoughts. I start with all this backstory, not to make excuses for what happened next, but just to explain where my 16-year-old mind was at. Is all this gonna come up later? Do we need to be taking notes? So, day 2 of school, I headed back to the aforementioned bench, which I had most certainly claimed the day before, and I was so shocked to find a boy sitting there that I had never seen before. This caught me off guard for 2 reasons. 1, I'd been going to the school with most of these kids since primary school, so I knew most everyone. And 2, this boy was on my bench. Mine! I had rightfully claimed it, and it was my refuge from all the drama and pain that was high school. High school is a serious place. These problems matter. It seems to kind of write off what I said before about it actually being serious. You know, it does seem to write off my earlier statement about, you know, it actually being serious. But you have to see it from a 16-year-old's perspective. This is the only life experience that they have so far, so it does feel like the be-all, end-all. That's why I recommend going to therapy. You get in therapy, the therapist kind of puts it all into perspective. Like, hey, high school doesn't last forever. You're going to be fine. Maybe it's not worth having a fight over the bench. This new boy dared to come along and displace me. The nerve. I walked over to him and looked down at him and said, "Who are you? And why are you sitting on my bench?" I'm not proud of it, but yeah, that is what I said. Trying to punk him for the bench? Yeah, okay. The boy looked up at me and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'm new here. My name's Beetle." I looked at him and pondered his statement for a moment. "You're new?" I asked. I did have sympathy for the new kids. I had gone to a different school in a different state for a few months in primary before coming back to my hometown, and I hated it. You gotta become the funny kid to survive. That's how it worked out for me. My family moved every like 3 or 4 years, and I'm no worse for the wear. It's fine, mostly. I nodded at the boy and said, "I guess you can stay. I'm OP." I sat on the far side of the bench, hoping that Beetle would take the hint and sit in silence and leave me alone. He did not. "Thanks for letting me sit here. Sorry I intruded," Beetle said. "It's fine," I murmured. "So it's my second day here. I'm from different state," he said. "Cool," I said, uninterested. What do you like to do?" he asked. I sighed. "I write for the school paper and I sing." This is just like that meme that I saw. It's like, this dude's like, "Oh, the test was hard." He's like, "Yeah, sure. I like your new haircut. Yeah, whatever." And then it shows him going back home and playing video games by himself in a dark room. Come on, he's just trying to build the bridge. Let him build the bridge. Bless Beetle for being persistent. Beetle's eyes lit up when Opie mentioned that she sings, and he said, "I love music. What bands do you like? I love classic rock. The Beatles, Led Zeppelin, Janis Joplin, stuff like that." This caught my interest. While I did like certain pop music, namely Backstreet Boys and Mandy Moore, I mostly hated other current music and much preferred classic and 80s rock. Oh, that good old dad rock, isn't it? My dad was a radio DJ and had been since the 70s, so I literally grew up in radio stations. I love those bands. Love 80s rock too. Bon Jovi, Poison, Winger, those types. I like Bon Jovi too, but I don't know much of their music aside from what comes on the radio, Beetle said. Oh, you're a Bon Jovi fan? Name 3 albums right now. Oh my God, they have such a great catalog. When all my cousins were crazy over New Kids in the late 80s, I was all about Bon Jovi, I said, as I started on about their greatest albums and how they had broken away from the hairband stereotype and continued to produce such great music. Beetle was actually interested and then talked about the Beatles, and he told me more than I thought I ever wanted to know about the Beatles, but By the end of lunch, Beetle and I had officially become best friends. Isn't it weird how music can do that? Just crash down the walls, open up the gates. Oh, we both like punk rock? You must not be a total piece of trash. What a leap to make. But again, I guess it's high school. This is all we had to go on. To this day, I'm not sure why Beetle didn't tell me to just screw off and walk away, but I am eternally grateful that he didn't. Beetle and I became inseparable from that point on. He was in year 12, so we didn't have any classes together, but aside from that, we were together. He came to my performances. Every weekend he was at my house. He was my solace. He came from an abusive home as well, and so he needed an escape. And when he was at my house, biological father wouldn't come down on me nearly as much. We saved each other, and for the first time, I had a true best friend. See, look at that. You see this whole thing blossoming? These two beautiful kids, you know they're gonna make it. Oh, but Squirrelbeard is still lurking in the background. That's right. You make me love this couple. Ship it so hard. And then you slap the hope out of my hand. So yeah, where does Squirrelbeard come in? Well, he was around this entire time, mostly on AIM. Ah, remember the days of personalized away messages? Yeah, mine was AFK. I would talk to Squirrelbeard nearly daily. I was so in love with him. I couldn't wait until nighttime to talk to him about my day and tell him everything that happened. He seemed interested, and so in my mind, that meant that he must like me. I mean, after all, the whole crazy beard thing happened because he was going to dump her for me. I just had to finish high school so I could go and be with him. Oh yes, the fairy tale beard fantasy. Don't do it. Oh. It was sappy and disgusting when I would talk about him. Beetle related because he had a Squirrelbeard of his own in the form of Cowgirl. She was his on-again, off-again girlfriend from his home state, and she was just as toxic to Beetle as Squirrelbeard was to me, although neither of us realized that at this time. Another thing about Beetle is that he was more social than me. This meant that before long, I had a friend group, and my friend group consisted of Honey, Marine, and Movie Beard. It's just a classic story, you know, extrovert adopting the introvert. And also, I'm excited to see the beard. Yes, tell us about the beard! Movie Beard. I have quite a story about him that happened in year 12. We're getting there. Okay, still buckled in, still rolling with the punches. We did also have another friend, Kitty, and she was a story unto herself, but she had nothing to do with Squirrelbeard, so we'll save that for another day as well. She almost broke up my friendship with Beetle and was the kind that would go through the halls meowing and grooming herself. If that's a tale you want told, let me know. Oh, I'm gonna leave that up to the comment section. I don't want to sway anybody. Cat girls everywhere. Anyway, that was most of my year 11. I spent as much time as I could with Beetle, and at school we hung out with our friend group. To be honest, I didn't really hang out with anyone outside of school except for Beetle. I was still very much behind some thick walls after everything that had happened, but Beetle liked having friends, so I went with it. Now, towards the end of year 11 is when things really got real.
When keeping it real goes wrong.
It became clear that our year 12 friends were going to be graduating, which meant that I was about to lose Beetle. It also meant that Marine was about to go into the military. I don't recall all the details surrounding it, but there was some reason in there that meant that he wanted to marry Honey straight away. I'm not sure if there are rights that a wife had that a girlfriend didn't. Yeah, all of them, basically. Girlfriends have no rights. But then you wife her up, you get some extra pay, house off base, stuff like this. I don't think I knew any couples in the military who were, like, happily married, but she'll be with you if that's what you want. I knew why he wanted to marry at one time, but those details have been lost to the sands of time. Anyway, Honey, still in year 11, agreed to marry Marine. Yeah, is that a good idea, though? Maybe finish high school first. Our whole friend group was at the wedding party, and I can honestly say I never expected to be 17 years old standing up with a friend at her wedding. It was surreal, and I still feel that surrealness when I look back at the photos, but it happened, and no, it didn't last. Yeah, kind of called. It never lasts. I don't know why it doesn't work out. Actually, I do. It's because you're not married to your spouse. You're married to Uncle Sam, all right? 10 years later, Marine told Honey that he never loved her and had been cheating on her, and then he left. Yeah, there's probably more to that story, I'm sure, but in another timeline, I suppose. The next event was Beetle's graduation, after which he went back to his home state, and I was alone. I was scared. I'd never had a best friend, and now I was losing him. And I was losing the one person that made me feel safe at home. All the while, I had an ongoing online relationship with Squirrelbeard. I later found out that he actually had a real-life girlfriend at this time over in Cityville, but I had no idea at this point. Something else that he failed to tell me. Yeah, that's lying by omission, isn't it? Super weird. Super scandalous. It's what I'd expect from Squirrelbeard, I guess. This brings us to the summer between years 11 and 12, in which I finally grew some nuts and moved back in with mom and dad. I don't know why you moved out in the first place, is it? You see, since I'd moved back in with biological father, my relationship with mom had been strained, and I honestly thought she wouldn't want me back. I was also too scared to tell biological father I wanted to move out because I didn't know what he would do to me. After losing Beetle, something in me just snapped. I could not go back to that with no safety buffer. So I finally spent some time with my mom that summer. I slowly started moving more and more stuff over. Right before school started, I had to tell biological father I was moving out, and he took it, well, about as well as could be expected. I think that means not well. You think I'm a bloody idiot, OP? You think I didn't notice you moving all your stuff over the summer? He screamed. I'm sorry, I said, through tears, in a very timid voice. If you think I'm just gonna let you go and leave you be like your mother did, you're mistaken. Do you understand me? He growled. I nodded. Yeah, but you can't make me stay. I spoke so softly that I'm surprised that he could hear me. Get out! This isn't over! Those are two conflicting statements, aren't they? I believe that means it is over. I'll be filing the restraining order next week. Good luck with whatever you're doing over here. Unfortunately, he didn't mean that, but again, that's a tale for another time. Honestly, pretty big step, standing up to somebody who has treated you in such a way. You might not have said it with your chest, but you said it, and I think that's good. And now, dear reader, we hit year 12. And once again, I tried to go back to being a creature of solitude. This was not to be, however. Honey was still around, and she was lonely with Marine gone, so she clung to me. We also invited Raven, a girl that I'd known since primary school and was in English class with me, to hang out with us. Raven was different than us, but she was also lonely, and the three of us found a kinship in our loneliness. That's right, let's go and be lonely together. It do be like that sometimes. We were never nearly as close as I had been with Beetle. I could never have a friend that I trusted that much again, but it was still nice to not be completely alone. Yep, human social creature, no matter how much you don't want to be, that's just how it is. Fast forward a few months to our autumn dance. Marine was coming back to take Honey, and I did not have a date because I had no one on my radar thanks to my obsession with Squirrelbeard. Honey wanted us to go as a group, and she didn't want me to be the third wheel, so she said she'd get me a date, and I did not know she meant a date with Movie Beard. Yes, bring the beard in, please. I need some cringe that just isn't from like feels and a bad home environment, okay? Please. I gag just thinking about this dude. He was shorter than me. Most guys are, so I don't hold that against him, but he also smelt terrible. I don't even know how to describe it, but it was Foul! Foul! What a great word. Oh, how foul! He met me at the dance and he looked very pleased with how I looked. I don't remember what I was wearing, but I know it had to be nice. I had so many fancy dresses I could only wear once from being biological father's trophy daughter. God forbid I get seen in the same dress at 2 different events. Sigh. Seems like a weird flex, but okay. He did put you through some stuff, you know, but I guess he thought possessions could fill the hole in your heart or something like that. I don't know, man. As a parent, I'm sort of defensive of parents that are painted to be bad because really we're just doing the best we can. You know, we're also humans. He obviously didn't mean to actively destroy the relationship with his daughter. And then Step Monster doesn't get no love, but she did kind of help OP out in the earlier section by like forcing her back into the car. Kind of like a weird old school way to deal with trauma, you know, but it seems to have worked out, I guess. OP drives. I just don't know, man. It all hits a little weird for me, but I guess that's because it's completely outside my frame of reference. OP is telling me how it is. She didn't like having so many fancy dresses, all right? Anyway, from the get-go, Movie Beard gave me creepy vibes, but I didn't want to be rude, so when he asked me to slow dance, I did, and it was awkward. He tried to hold me close, but was just so awkward about it, and I was trying to keep my head turned to get some fresh air. His hands were all clammy, and they felt weird and gross. This date is a disaster, but I'm glad for some of that neckbeard cringe. This was the only dance that I gave him. Not long after I made a comment about the dance being lame and wanting to get out of there, Marine invited us all to dinner at a nearby Italian restaurant, his treat, because now Big Marine had real adult money to show off. Yeah, I love that first paycheck. Living at home, you're like, oh, I got so much money. And then you start living on your own, you're like, I have nothing. How did this happen? I could tell Honey wanted me to be there, so I agreed. And we ended up in a booth, and I ended up next to Movie Beard. There's no escape. Dinner is mostly a blur because I was so busy trying to figure a way out and wishing that it had been Squirrelbeard next to me. Yeah, that would have fixed the whole situation, I'm sure. After dinner, Marine and Honey headed out, and Movie Beard volunteered me to drive him home. Yeah, no, go catch a cab. I didn't know why he did that. I mean, okay, I know exactly why he did that, but I don't know why I agreed. I didn't want to, but again, I didn't want to be rude. Rip up that social contract. It ain't helping, okay? He asked me for my keys, and I froze. What? I asked. I want to drive. I like your car, he said. No. What? No. I still had my red sports car at the time. I don't let anyone drive my car but me. Oh, come on, please. It's a beautiful car. Please, he begged. And that's about the point when you say, do you not speak English? I just said no. But OP does capitulates and sighs and says, fine. And so Movie Beard drove us to a parking lot, a freaking empty parking lot. Ew. Oh, dude. That's not good. I was not happy. I have to get home. My curfew's soon, I lied. Oh, okay. I can have a friend come and get me from here, he said. I'm not sure why he didn't want me to see his house, but at this point I did not care. He was getting close to me and I hopped out of the car. Jesus, dude. What did he think was gonna happen in this empty parking lot? You smell. The date did not go halfway well. Can you not read the signs? I should really go. Thanks for going with me to the dance, I sputtered as I tried to get back around to the driver's seat after he got out. He stopped me and leaned in. Oh, God. I knew he was about to kiss me. I had never been kissed, and this was not how I wanted it to go down. For starters, I wanted my first kiss to be with Squirrelbeard, and that is a story that we're getting to. For another, Movie Beard was just slimy, and he smelt awful. As he leaned in to kiss me, I leaned off to the side and patted his shoulder. Okay, see you later. The dodge tactic, absolutely beautiful. I said as I got into the driver's seat and drove away at lightning speed. Yeah, punch that gas. I did have another date with Movie Beard after that. I did see him in college a couple of times, and he glared at me when he would see me talking to other guys, and I saw him once at the movie theater before I left my hometown behind. Last I checked, which was fairly recent, he still works at the movie theater. I mean, part of me wants to say that's sad, but yeah, maybe he enjoys it. Maybe the biggest benefit is the best benefit. He's like, free movies for life, no big deal. Maybe he's just not motivated to get up and out. I don't know. I feel bad judging the guy for what he does for a job just because obviously he's been doing the job pretty good. He's been there for 20 years, right? So honestly, I do hope the best for him. I hope he gets all cleaned up, got that first consensual kiss, thank you. And yeah, he ain't all that bad, just awkward a little bit. It's high school, what do you want? So the rest of that year went fairly smoothly. By the time prom rolled around, I wanted to ensure that I did not get set up with Movie Beard again, so I asked Squirrelbeard if he would come to town and take me to prom, which he said he would, and then a few days later he said that he would see, and then just before the dance he said that he couldn't. Oh my god, what a loser. Already, Squirrelbeard, obviously worse than Movie Beard, right? If you're nothing else in life, at least be a man of your word, for God's sake. So yeah, SOP was sad and decided to forego prom. It's okay though. Beetle and I are high school teachers now, and he has since taken me to prom because it was really him who I should have asked to start with. Facts. This brings us to graduation. Beetle came back to watch me graduate and spent an entire month with me. We had some great adventures that involved a Poison concert, adult toy stores, and jamming out to Avril Lavigne. It was one of the best summers of my life, and it cemented Beetle and I as eternal besties. Even distance couldn't dilute our bond. I mean, do you think he's really out here with like ulterior motives? Do you think he's really out here just trying to be besties? Maybe he is. I've been poisoned by nice guy stories and stuff like this, so I always think that people have ulterior motives. I'd be interested to know what the comments section thinks. So all this brings us to the college years, in which we see Squirrelbeard really re-enter the tale because I decided that I just had to see him again for some reason. My heart could no longer take the distance, and now I was an adult and no one could stop me. Yeah, no one can stop you from making your own mistakes. That much is true. But you learned, you grew. I guess that's really the goal, isn't it? I know this story was long and limited in antics from Squirrelbeard, or Movie Beard for that matter. It was mostly backstory. Again, we are setting up the backstory so you understand how I felt when I saw him again. Also, so you know how Beetle fits in, and during the writing of this, Beetle reminded me about Movie Beard, and I cringed, recalling how my life has not been beard-free at all. I don't know if Movie Beard was actually a beard. Okay, whatever. We'll talk about it at the conclusion, right? Stay tuned for part 4, in which I realize Squirrelbeard is indeed a human squirrel, and I end up giving my first a bluey before I even get my first kiss. Cringe alert. Wow, dude, that's horrible. That is some of the most disrespectful stuff I think I've ever heard. God, what a trash human being. So yeah, part 4 is the rise of Squirrelbeard. TLDR for this part, OP finishes high school, makes a true best friend, but continues to converse with Squirrelbeard all the while because I guess she's an idiot or something. Her words, not mine. So yeah, like I was saying, I don't really think that Movie Beard was all that bad. Yeah, he's stinky, kind of awkward. He's pretty bad, actually. Drove into an abandoned parking lot because of his expectations. I can't go to bat for either of these beards. Jesus, dude. At least he let you get away scot-free, you know? He's like, okay, take your car, leave me in an abandoned parking lot. Like, okay, I will. You were supposed to just drive us home. There were no stopovers on the itinerary, Movie Beard. But somehow I think that Squirrelbeard is still even worse because he ain't letting OP get away scot-free. The Ballad of Squirrelbeard, Part 4, The Rise of Squirrelbeard. If you missed the first 3 parts, they're in a couple of videos down there in the description, probably a playlist. Hello again. If you're still with me, thank you. Yeah, I thought about this one for a long time, but I'm here now. It's been nice getting this story out, cringe and all. It's cathartic. I see why people share these stories, and I hope that you are enjoying the tale thus far. I'd planned to post this part tomorrow, but I got some flack for missing details. I think that was the issue anyway, I'm not totally sure. So, I'm sorry. This happened 20 plus years ago, and due to the trauma, I actually have some memory gaps. I'm using a mix of journal entries from that time as well as what I've recovered in therapy to flesh out this tale as much as I can. I also am condensing certain things on purpose so that this story isn't insanely long. If I didn't, it would be like twice as long as it already is. Which I guess isn't the worst thing ever, you know, we went through 34 parts of Unfortunately or whatever it was. I apologize if there are missing details. So far, it's been mostly set up for the main event, which we are getting to in this story. If you haven't yet, read parts 1, 2, and 3 to catch up, and thank you to ReddX for picking up my story. I got you, fam. Dude, this is where the real cringe starts. I'm not sure if you know what you've gotten yourself into. I definitely do. That's why I was so hesitant to post this. But alright, I guess today's the day. For Moonhorse's reading, it's over there. For ReddX's reading, click here. Oh, that's beautiful. Who to choose? Who to choose? I mean, I got my pick, but I'm slightly biased. This one, I have a bit more of a clear memory of, and it gets into the meat of the story, so I figured I'd just get this out tonight. I hope that it's more satisfying than previous installments. This tale covers from when I was 20 until 22. A lot happened in those 2 years, and age 22 will be a good spot to pick up on in part 5. The cast, OP, me, 20 to 22 throughout the course of this part. I was a college student now, majoring in graphic design.
Graphic design is my passion.
Still living with mom and dad. After the debacle of living with boyfriend, I was in no hurry to leave a stable home life again. Squirrelbeard, SB, 20 to 24 during this part. He was beginning to take his final Squirrelbeard form. He worked in a video game shop, grew out his hair very long, like longer than mine, and it was always really stringy and greasy, and he had taken a liking to Renaissance fairs, which is not inherently bad. I kind of like them myself, but when you mix a beard and a fair, just no. I too loved the Ren Fair, but let's be honest, it is full of some weirdos. You gotta be careful of who you're getting to know out there. Beetle, 21 to 23, my best friend and true soulmate, recent joiner of the Discord, so welcome to him. He was still living in another state and was no longer with Cowgirl at this time, although he would be again. At this time, he was dating a girl that we will call Ultrabeard. Ultrabeard? That doesn't sound good. Ultrabeard was the, girl that Beetle was seeing at this time, and the worst woman, aside from her sister, to ever walk the face of the earth. This creature is a disgusting waste of life, and she's only even listed here because she, unfortunately, plays a large role in 2 parts of this tale. Bro, you're making it sound like worse than Squirrelbeard. How could she be worse than the titular beard? I guess we'll see. Raven, schoolmate still, we were going to the same college and she was living at home too. It made college feel like a continuation of high school at times. Is that good? Is that bad? I think that's bad. Biological father, BF, my biological father. An a-hole who maltreated me and saw me as something to control, not as a person. Not my dad. I had a wonderful dad, R.I.P., that was not this man. I no longer lived with him, but he was still loosely in my life. Hadn't found the balls to fully break away quite yet. Mom is my mom. Yep. A true angel that tried to save me from said maltreatment, but being a stubborn teenage girl, I did not make that easy. She also warned me time and time again about Squirrelbeard, and I never listened. Man, this castle is getting beefy, bro. I guess it's good to know the relationships with the parents and whatnot. Dad is not my biological father, married my mom when I was 6, and by the time I lived through the horror of living with biological father, I realized that Dad was truly my dad. At 23, I changed my last name from biological father's to Dad's to symbolize who I truly thought of as my dad. Dad was a great man, and I miss him dearly. He passed in 2019. But still, he lives on through this tale, or something like that. Alright, cast list is good. Let's get into the story, folks. Okay, so we're gonna jump forward just a bit to my second year of college. I'd made it through the first without incident, and I had just turned 20, so I was feeling almost like an adult. Whatever that's supposed to mean, I still don't feel like an adult. I decided I was ready to make the adult decision of going to see Squirrelbeard. We'd been continuing to talk online this whole time, still daily. Our conversations had turned, intimate many times by this point, but to be honest, I didn't even realize it half the time. I was still unkissed and naive, and that was all about to change. Oh no, it's like a date with destiny or something. But as I've said many times, like, at least you learn from it, you know? Mistakes happen and whatnot. Maybe that's just a bunch of copium. I don't really know. So against the advice of my mom, I decided to make the 6-hour trek to go see Squirrelbeard. You got 6 hours to think about this, turn around at any point. And this is where our story really begins. I got to Cityville and Squirrelbeard was at work. He worked in the local game shop. He said it would be easier for me to meet him there than to give me directions to his apartment where I would be staying with him. I agreed, but when I got there, I felt a tremendous amount of butterflies. I don't think those are butterflies, bro. Those are maggots. You need to get up and out. I had actually seen Squirrelbeard in person since the day that his parents sent him away almost 5 years ago prior. I knew I still loved him, and I was so excited to see him that I was shaking. Oh, the things we convince ourselves of. Stay away from that puppy love. That's poison. I popped into a nearby market to walk around and clear my head. I still remember walking around that store with butterflies in my basket, feeling like an idiot. I remember the market radio was playing Goodbye to You by Scandal. It's an 80s song that I liked, and hearing it reminds me of that moment. I should have taken that as a message from the gods to get the hell out of there and go home. But I didn't. I do believe in messages from the universe, and yes, avoiding this one a dire mistake, as I'm sure we will come to see. I finally got the nerve to go into the game shop, and I was worried that I wouldn't remember what Squirrelbeard looked like. The moment I walked in, those worries went away. I recognized him immediately. He looked different, to be sure, but he still looked like the boy that I remembered. Gone was the clean-cut prep look, and in its place was long, stringy hair that I now cringe at, but at the time I thought it was so hot, because at this point, Squirrelbeard could do no wrong, in my eyes. He saw me and hugged me straight away. I hugged him back and got lost in his embrace. Oh, this is cringe to remember, honestly. I remember he had an odor, and now I would probably be turned off by it, but at the time it smelled like him, and I loved it. Gag. Excuse me. I need a moment. I think we all do. Let's collect ourselves for just this couple seconds. Okay. Ick. So moving on, after he got off work, we went and had a coffee at Starbucks and we talked. It had been so long since we were able to talk in person, so there was a lot of catching up to do. I filled him in on my life, college, Beetle, living with my mom, etc. He filled me in on his life, work, some fantastical Ren Fair stories, an ex-girlfriend I never knew about. We ended up going back to his apartment. He lived alone at this time. His apartment was decorated with so many squirrels. Everything had a bloody squirrel on it. I didn't truly appreciate the level of his obsession with the little critters until later, but it was a bit unsettling then. I mean, I get it, but also I banged out chicks with like 50 Hello Kitty dolls staring at me, so it's whatever. You can look past a lot of stuff. He actually referred to himself as the Lord of the Squirrels. I kid you not. Why? What? How are squirrels appealing in any way? This is where the name Squirrelbeard is derived, of course. He invited me to his room so I could put my duffel bag down. We sat on the bed and continued to talk. He told me his perspective of the CB story from back in part 2. I know she said horrible things about me, and you believed her. I lost so many friends because of that, and there was never even any baby. She blackmailed me. She tried to ruin my life, all because I just wanted to break up with her, he said. And yeah, from one angle, Crazy Beard does look like the crazy one, but it's possible that they're both out of their minds. I never meant to abandon you, but you left and never even said goodbye, says OP. Squirrelbeard sighed. I couldn't. I was in a hurry. I was lucky to say goodbye to as many people as I did. My parents just made a snap decision, he explained. I wasn't one of them, I said. He sighed again. I'm sorry. I should have. I came back to you. In the end, I was on your side, I said. You were one of the only ones, and I appreciate that. I'm sorry for how things went down, he said. I nodded. Me too. We talked for several more hours until I started getting tired. I'm gonna go sleep on the sofa, I said. Nonsense! You can sleep in my bed. We're both adults, right? And we're friends, right? Squirrelbeard said. Do not fall for this one. There's nothing wrong with the couch. I like the couch. I want to scream at my past self in this moment. You naive child! Yeah, we're both adults and just friends. Nothing more, I said, then went into the restroom to put my PJs on, but I kept my bra on. I am fairly large-chested, and going without was an invitation. I didn't realize that an invitation wasn't needed. I mean, even going, that's not an invitation. Although with a guy like Squirrelbeard, I guess OP, deep down, she knows what she's dealing with. She's just convinced herself that this is what she thought it wasn't. And of course, remember, OP had still not had her first kiss by this point. So we get into bed, and he turns out the light. It's not too late to sleep on the couch. Come on. It hurts me, man. It's like you could see the train headed for that giant pile of dumpster fires, but you can't do anything. I'm on the left side of the bed and lying on my left side, so I'm facing away from him. He's on the right, and I am trying to go to sleep. I swear to every god on Olympus that I truly thought sleep was all that was going to happen. Oh, bless your heart. The couch is fine. Please. And then, as I am half asleep, I feel his arms come around me and reach for my breasts. I jump, startled at the touch. I wasn't expecting it, and I was, as I said, half asleep. At this point, I'm not sure if anything actually happened, or if it was one of those weird dreams that you have sometimes as you're dozing off. But either way, I was now very wide awake. And you're gathering up all your stuff to go and lay on the couch now, right? Just to be safe, right? Please? Ugh. I stayed on my left side, not wanting to seem freaked out in case it was a dream. I lay awake for several minutes. I was just starting to think that I had dreamed it, and was about to let myself relax enough to try and sleep when he did it again. This time I didn't jump. I didn't move at all. I was completely unsure what to do, what was happening. He pulled me onto my back and reached under my top. He was not expecting to find a bra, so he sighed and pulled it up to expose my chesticles. Jesus, dude. Like I get freeze as a fear response, but we really need to knock that out of ourselves, right? It's time for fight or flight or heavily worded conversation. But I don't know. I guess I understand being young and not knowing what to do in a situation like this. I can only hope somebody hears this video and like remembers it if they ever find themselves in something similar. Now, dear reader, let me break this scene for a moment to answer a question I'm sure you have. OP, why the hell didn't you stop him? Well, you see, reader, I was 20 and naive and in love. I thought the fact that he was doing this meant that he loved me too. And if I rejected him, it would be like saying I didn't love him, so I just sort of froze. Somebody who loves and values you as a person would wait until the time is right, until you're both essentially consenting. This has all been a giant ruse, and I don't know how you could just accept it. You're killing me. So, Squirrelbeard touched me, and then pulled me into a sitting position and took off my top, and told me to take off my shorts. I complied and then laid back down. God damn it, dude. I hate all of this. He had yet to kiss me, and I was in no way ready for the real act. I was still in shock over this whole thing. He got on top of me, still dressed, and started to grind against me. He did this for a few minutes, and then he got off and took all of his clothes off. Pulled me over, grabbed my hair, and guided me down, and I knew what he wanted at that point. I mean, I was naive, but not that naive. I opened my mouth and gave him what he wanted. Still haven't been kissed. No, this is the saddest story, dude. Are you kidding me right now? When Squirrelbeard was done, he got on top of me and whispered / grunted, "Are you ready?" I blinked. Ready for what? Me, he said. I blinked again. Again, I still have had yet to even have my first kiss, and I was in no way ready for, you know. I was still processing the fact of what I had just done. I shook my head. No, I pleaded for the first time. No, he asked. Then he put my hands on him and asked me to get handsy. I did that, and it seemed to satisfy him. He rolled off, put on his pajama pants, and went to sleep. I grabbed my pajama pants, pulled them on, and lay awake in disbelief until exhaustion took over, and I finally was able to go to sleep. Yeah, this has all been a waking nightmare. Embrace sleep. Take me away to somewhere better, dreams. Please. The next morning, Squirrelbeard was acting like nothing had happened, and I was floored. I wondered if I hadn't dreamt the entire thing. Or nightmared it, I guess would be more accurate. It was only because I found my bra on his side of the bed that I knew for sure that I hadn't dreamt that. It happened. I had given my first ever a bluey before ever having my first kiss. Is that not heartbreaking to like everybody out there? This is so not normal. This is so not okay. Now, the important question here is, did I want it? Was it consensual? In a literal sense, yes. I never said no, and I didn't stop it. Do I feel like I was taken advantage of? A bit, although not in comparison to what would happen later on. Oh no, I don't want to go to later on. I was honestly too shocked to really even register what was happening until it was over. I guess if I'd had my wits about me, I probably would have said no, but I didn't. So no, I don't consider what happened to be assault or anything. I do consider him to have fully taken advantage of the situation, and that was still a pretty scummy thing to do. It's taken many years of replaying that night in my head for me to truly figure out how I felt about it, and honestly, it's something that I still bat around my thoughts from time to time, as I wish I could relive it knowing what I now know, with the strength that I now have, but we can't go back. I mean, it's a terrible situation to be in. You were lured over on false pretenses, slept in the bed on false pretenses. Was it more coerced than it was consensual? I would say so. So, yeah, I feel a pretty different type of way about this than you do, OP, but it's your experience. And I guess we are looking at it all now with the benefit of hindsight, so I don't know. I suppose we can all agree it is very unfortunate. Well, anyway, I digress, as does OP. Later that day, he did eventually say something.
Hey, you're really good at that.
He said. What? I asked, and he smirked.
You know.
Oh, okay. That was my first time doing that, I admitted.
No way. I don't believe that. You were too good,
he said. Ugh, can we not talk about this anymore? I had no idea if I should be flattered or offended. No, really. It was my first time.
Then you're a natural,
he said. Oh, God. I hate that a lot. Then he dropped it, and it wasn't brought up again. Thank God. I ended up leaving the next day. I was pretty relieved that it was just an overnight stay. I was still processing everything that had happened. He never said anything about us being a couple, but all of his messages became a cesspool of smut after that. Suddenly, he didn't care about my day or my friends. He just wanted to sext constantly, and he wanted to share every depraved fantasy that he ever had with me. And then you come and share it with us. See, it's like the giant circle of life, isn't it? Is it really that bad? I hope it doesn't get too bad, man. Like, I'm pretty sure that I want to see this guy go against the wall. I'm just looking for the clincher, right? His primary fantasies were about control. I imagine that. He fantasized having a woman that was
that satisfied his every desire and couldn't say no.
Gross. He often made comments about wishing he could mind control me and make him clean his apartments in nothing but stiletto heels and then pleasure him upon his request. That fantasy sucks. She's getting nothing out of it. He also fantasized about a harem in which I would be the primary girl and command the other girls with him, but he would still command me. It made me feel uncomfortable, but young love makes you overlook a lot, so I placated his sick desires, at least through text. All this is really weird, bro. This all paints out a picture like I only see you as an object. But OP's like, yeah, I still love him. Why? What has he done for you? It's supposed to be a two-way street, for God's sake. Anyways, not long after this, I had a longer break in school and flew to another state to see Beetle. It was here that I met Ultrabeard. I won't spend too much time on this creature. She was absolutely disgusting, and I never liked her. I tried to warn Beetle, but he too was in love, and it turns out he lost his V-card to her, and Boom Boom is a powerful weapon. I suppose it is, especially on the younger ones. Once you get too old, you're like, yeah, that's fine. I later found out how creepy Ultrabeard truly was. She had a foot. She would not wear socks. She compared that to wearing a prophylactic, something that Beetle should have also been doing. There's a lot of things you could pick to enjoy. I don't know why feet. So I spent a week in another state with Beetle, and during this trip, Bon Jovi happened to be in town. I got tickets for the three of us. Ultrabeard only went because she had a car, and Beetle didn't. We went to the concert, and the whole time, Ultrabeard was such a downer. Back at the hotel, Beetle went to take a shower, and Ultrabeard went in there with him. To this day, Beetle swears that they really did just shower. He says Ultrabeard wanted to do it, but he wouldn't because his best friend was in the other room. I don't know if this is true, but I do want to believe him on this one, so I do. Come on, OP, not all men are dogs. It seems like Beetle's got some standards. Don't make this whole trip more awkward than it needs to be. Upon sharing the story with him pre-posting it, he once again insists that he didn't do anything with her while I was in the next room. Seeing how, happy Beetle was now that he lost his V-card made me rethink whether or not I was being a prude. I mean, I was in love with Squirrelbeard, right? Sure, some of his actions were on the creepy side, and he was treating me like nothing but an object, but we were in our 20s. This is what adult love is, right? No. No! But I can't save you from some lessons you have to learn on your own. And so, the debauchery persisted. I went to see Squirrelbeard pretty much any time I had a break from school. By this time, he was living back at home with his parents, but they allowed me to stay over. Oh, goody! His dad had grown up next door to my mom, so our families went pretty far back. You know, small town life. I think he swore that I was the girl next door sort of friend. I think this because he made me be quiet that night when he started touching me again. God, with your ugh! See, Beetle, he got this guy has no standards. He's an animal. Just the worst. This time I was sort of prepared for him to do something. I wasn't sure that he would with his parents right across the hall, but I wasn't completely surprised like I had been the time before, and this time I stopped him. No, I said.
No, you did it before,
he whispered. You had me do that, and I still haven't had my first kiss. Kiss me first, and then we'll see what happens, I insisted. At least you're drawing a line in the sand. Not where I would have put it, but small victories. Squirrelbeard sighed, but he nodded and pulled me into a kiss. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I finally got my first kiss at the ripe old age of 20, after already having given out a bluey, just what every girl dreams of. You're killing me. Even when it seems to be going right, it's so wrong. This continued. We did everything but it every time I visited. I started getting hotels because I refused to do anything in his parents' house again. It felt icky. It is icky, bro. By the age of 21, I had decided that we'd done everything but it, so we might as well go all the way and do it. I expressed my desire to move things further. Also, keep in mind that we were not officially dating at this point, although he would make comments about cheating on me as if we were, so it was all very confusing. Yes, and all very much a dumpster fire that you need to get out of. It doesn't matter if you're dating or not. This whole interaction is toxic. Shut it down, point blank, bar none. On one visit, I made it clear that I wanted it to happen, and Squirrelbeard seemed uneasy with this idea. He tried to change the subject. He talked about anything else. He grabbed my laptop and wrote Ode to Pepsi 1, which is really gibberish, and for some reason is still on my laptop to this day. He finally asked if I wanted to go to Target. I agreed because who doesn't love Target? I mean, yeah, if I gotta pick. Sure, why not? I was also pretty confused. Did he want some prophylactics? Was he trying to get my mind off of the act? What was happening here? On the way to Target, Squirrelbeard opened up and admitted his issue.
I'm sorry,
he said. For what? I asked.
I have issues because of Crazy Beard,
he admitted. I looked at him. What do you mean? Have you not done it with anyone since her? I asked.
I have. I did it with X,
the ex-girlfriend that I didn't know about until I started visiting him.
But I get nervous,
he said. Oh, you try to play pool with a limp rope because you're too nervous, right? But OP asks, why?
Because of what Crazy Beard did. What if I do it and a girl fakes a pregnancy again? Crazy Beard ruined my life. I never got to go to Japan. My life will never be the same because of a kid that never existed,
he said. Yeah, I'm sure that's the exact reason that you never went to Japan, my dude. If you were determined enough, you would go. OP reassures Squirrelbeard, saying, I'm not crazy, Beard. I was trying to be understanding, but I was a little offended. He could bang X, but he thought that I was gonna be a crazy psycho like Crazy Beard.
I know you're not. You're my friend. I just need time.
Yeah, and in the meanwhile, he wants to check out what that mouth do. Is nobody seeing through this right now? What the hell? I nodded, and of course, I agreed. I loved him, and I was willing to wait, hard as it was, and wait I did, until the next year when he finally gave in. This was also about the time that Beetle called me and told me he was going to be a father. Oh God! He'd just broken up with Ultrabeard to get back together with Cowgirl, and a week later it turned out that Ultrabeard was pregnant, but you know, like, totally for real this time. Oh my, I don't think OP's being sarcastic. Beetle called me scared to death, and I cried with him on the phone. In turn, he helped me come up with ways to convince Squirrelbeard that I wasn't like Crazy Beard. Our lives were about to get way more complicated, but that, dear reader, is a tale for part number 5. TLDR, OP finally sees Squirrelbeard again and ends up giving a bluey before ever getting a kiss. But in the end, she gets a kiss and finally decides she's ready for more. All the while, Squirrelbeard refuses to officially commit. Pretty sus. All things considered, I'm not liking this none too much. There's something deeper going on within his head. I don't think he actually sees the act as something to commit over, so there's probably another reason that he's lying, and I want to find out what that is. We'll make it an extra beefy video today. Merry Christmas, or Christmas Eve to ya. What did I get you guys? Well, an extra beefy video, so let's check out what's in part number 5. The Ballad of Squirrelbeard, Part 5. A tale of a million red flags. Uh-oh, China's gonna be real jealous. Just sit right back and you hear a tale of a squirrely beard that started back in high school and grew into a toxic affair. A 3-foot-long beard, a 3-foot-long beard. I like it. For real, y'all, I'm hoping that you're liking these stories. I tried to flesh out part number 4 some more, and I hope that it worked better. Coming up, we'll have a lot of spotty memories and events that I just simply don't remember how old I was when they occurred, but I have a basic memory of the order that the events happened in, so I'll do my best. I appreciate the comments. Sorry if I don't seem like it. I still have trouble accepting compliments or positive feedback, but I do appreciate the support. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you don't have to respond to every single comment. Just keep making the content, right? And then people know that you're grateful for the support. I do reply to comments when I can, but it's rare these days. Especially with the holidays and all this stuff going on. I don't know, man. Edit, thank you to ReddX. Heyo! I'm honored you chose to read my tale. It's not Naruto Headband or Chris Trucker, but honestly, what is? That's fair. It definitely serves. It definitely brings the cringe. Don't count yourself out. For Moonhorse's reading, for ReddX's reading, parts 1, 2, 3, and 4. And there's also a cast list, which looks relatively the same, except Step Monster's in there. My stepmother that was generally a monster to me. This was around the time she accused me of being a Satan worshipper. And when I pointed out that Satan is a Christian construct, and I'm not Christian in the slightest, she said, I know about these things. I watched Charmed. Yeah, okay then. Yeah, the power of 3. Blessed be. Is that Charmed? Maybe. Seems like a pretty okay show. Don't let Stepmomster ruin that for you, all right? So, our players are now set. Let us continue. As I said in the last part, Beetle had just found out that Ultrabeard was with child. Even worse, with his child. And they had just broken up a week prior. Now, I was annoyed because I had warned Beetle to practice safe intercourse, but he didn't listen. He never listens to me, even still. Not to say that I wasn't also concerned and eager to be there for him however I could, but I digress. The worst part was that he was 23 and in no way ready to be a parent. It was also by this point that he was starting to see the crazy that I saw in Ultrabeard, and he was back with Cowgirl. Technically, he was back with Cowgirl just before he broke up with Ultrabeard, and I never condoned that, but our 20s were, well, our 20s. Mistakes were made by all. I mean, that's fair. There's a time in my life where I always kept one on the back burner, you know? But it's not a good thing to do. That's not the way you want to go through life. The first thing I asked Beetle when he called me was if he was going to reconcile with Ultrabeard. He said, no, and I was relieved. The next thing that I asked about was custody. He was seeking full and sole custody. Considering Ultrabeard's home environment, that probably wasn't going to be that hard. Beetle had just gotten his own apartment for the very first time. I could tell he was dealing with a lot, so the first chance I had, I went to another state and spent a few days with him. I spent what money I could to help him set up his apartment, got him a TV antenna, and some other things to try and make it as comfortable as I could. Oh, look at this. OP's nesting without realizing she's nesting, huh? I also went with him for the first sonogram of his child. I got to see the little tadpole. I didn't realize it at the time, but I was looking at my little girl's first sonogram. Yeah, she's my daughter now too. I have since adopted her. Hey, big ups to that, honestly. I give a lot of love to like good stepdads, but good stepmoms, I don't know. They don't seem to get the same degree of play. They get brushed under the rug for some reason, so great job, OP. And great job to all step-parents out there that are doing their best. But I digress. I really wanted to stay in another state and be there for Beetle, but I eventually had to go home and, you know, get back to my life. Around this time, a lot of changes were happening in my family dynamic. For one, I had my dad's biological son move in. We'll call him Brother. I so badly want to call him Brother Beard, but I love my big brother, and he's only on the cusp of being a beard. He somehow managed to narrowly avoid actually fitting into that category. Hey, don't come at him just because he likes nerdy things, alright? It's the beard on the inside that counts. Remember that. Check out the t-shirt over on Teespring. Oh, I should also mention that you should probably subscribe if you've listened this far. Hey, there's the plugs out of the way. So, I had only met Brother a couple of times before this point. He grew up with his mother, and he was 7 years older than me. He had gone into the Air Force after high school, and now that he was out, he was lacking direction. Huh, relatable. Dad offered to let him come move in with us and go to college with me, so for the first time in my life, I had a big brother. There were definitely some growing pains as I adjusted to this. It was hard to be a little sister. It was also just for a brief amount of time. Brother's program wasn't a long one, and soon he moved to Capital City. This is a very important detail later on. I might remember it. Honestly, I'm just glad that he found some direction. You don't gotta really know the direction you're moving in, just keep moving. Meanwhile, I would still visit biological father, but it almost always ended in disaster. One day he told me to go make him a sandwich. I refused and told him that he had legs and hands that worked just fine. Stepmonster pulled me aside later and scolded me for talking that way in front of her daughters because she didn't want them thinking it was okay to tell a man no like that. Bro, I feel so bad for those daughters. They're doomed. Another time, one of her daughters, the older of the two that was in middle school at the time, created a pentagram of cotton balls on her carpet and set fire to it, and I got blamed. Nah, she did that for TikTok. Look, she uploaded it. Was this before TikTok? It could be just dumb kids doing dumb kid stuff. I didn't live there, nor had I done anything remotely like that, or even thought of that, honestly, because it was so freaking dumb, but I still got blamed. I was accused of making her daughters Satan worshippers, just like I was, supposedly. Stepmonster, I am pagan. Satan's a Christian deity. I'm not Christian. Thus, I don't believe that Satan exists. How can I worship something that I don't believe exists? I asked.
I know how that witch stuff works. I know all about these things. I watched Charmed,
She she shot back. I had to fight back my laughter. I so wanted to say, oh, I watched ER, scrub me in for surgery. But I didn't. I just nodded and left. I watched Grey's Anatomy. Doesn't qualify me to be a doctor, just qualifies me to kiss a doctor. Heyo. So after all that, I pretty much tried to keep my distance from biological father and his house, even more than I had before. Meanwhile, I was still going to Cityville to see Squirrelbeard every chance that I could. By this time, he had introduced me to the Foamy the Squirrel cartoons, and I had become well acquainted with all of his vast amounts of squirrely decor. I had accepted his title as Lord of the Squirrels, and although I found the obsession weird, I overlooked it because love, or some rough approximation thereof, I guess. I so was ready to do the wild thing at this point, and I really wanted Squirrelbeard to be my first because, again, rough approximation of something resembling love. In the meantime, I did whatever he was willing to do, and I just sort of went with it. He had finally agreed to do it the next time I went to see him, and I thought I was ready for anything. Oh, how wrong I was. I mean, everybody's first time is sort of a disaster, but I think this is going to be a special kind of disaster. I got to a hotel, made sure that I had prophylactics on hand. I was also on birth control. I didn't want to end up in the same spot that Beetle was in. I was pretty sure there wasn't much more I could do. When Squirrel got there, I'd barely said hi before he slammed the door behind him and pushed me against the wall and started kissing and undressing me. I'll spare you the nasty details, except to say that we did finally end up doing the nasty. Are you okay? I asked him after we finished.
Yeah, are you?
He asked. Yeah, glad to have my first time over with, I chuckled.
Wait, that was your first time?
He asked. I looked at him to see if he was joking or being serious. Did he really just forget that I had been a virgin? Yeah, it was, I said.
Oh,
he said. Okay, so maybe not joking. So what happens now? I asked.
What do you mean?
He said. I sighed. You know how I feel about you, obviously, but we still aren't official.
I know. But you live 6 hours away,
Squirrelbeard reasoned. Okay, but I'm almost done with school. What if I move to Cityville after I finish my degree? Maybe we could be official then, I asked. He smiled.
I wouldn't be opposed to that. I wouldn't be opposed to that at all.
I smiled, satisfied with that answer for the moment. Bro, he didn't agree to anything. He's like, yeah, you can move near me. Okay. And then what? And then nothing. God, he's a worm. I know it. So a little while later, Squirrelbeard told me
he had to go home and he couldn't stay the night.
What did I just say? He's a worm. I forget his reasoning, but it had something to do with work. I was disappointed, but I understood. He told me he would pick me up the next morning
and we'd go get breakfast.
I agreed and bid him good night. The next morning I got up and got dressed, and I waited for him to call or show up, and he didn't. Around 10, I was getting worried, so I called his house. His parents answered, but he wasn't home. I thought maybe he was on his way. 11, still nothing. I tried his house again, he still wasn't home. Noon, not a peep, and he was scheduled to work at noon, so I tried his house one more time. Still not home. Finally, I tried his work at 1, and he didn't show up to work. I knew all too well what this meant. He stood me up. He wasn't coming, and he basically ghosted me. No, he 100% ghosted you. Can we cut some Rodney Dangerfield in here?
No respect at all.
To say I was heartbroken would be a massive understatement. I'd given my V card to him, and he ghosted me. After 8 years of friendship, he ghosted me. I wrote him a note telling him how much I loved him, but that I was done, and to never contact me again, and I left it for him at the game shop. I packed up my car and checked out of the hotel 2 days early and headed to the nearest family that I had to Cityville, which at that point was Brother in Capital City. I told Brother what happened, and he was all too happy to let me crash at his place for a few days while I wrapped my mind around this entire situation. I spent a couple of days wallowing in complete and utter heartbreak, and Brother let me have that, and then he started to try and snap me out of it. He took me to some strip clubs. I am bi, so I quite enjoy a nice strip club, and he shared his adult video stash with me for me to take home. It was what I needed in order to not focus on Squirrelbeard. None of this sounds all that constructive, but you know, you do what you gotta do to get through. So 2 weeks later, when I was back at home and back in school, I finally got a message.
I know you probably don't want to talk to me, but I'm sorry,
it said. I was dumbfounded that he would have the gall to reach out to me. You're alive. I was so worried, I said, trying to convey my sarcasm in a text format.
I deserve that. Can I explain?
He asked. No, I don't care. Go away. No, no, no. I wanted to say no. I should have said no. This is another spot in the story where I should have just let it be over. But that's not what I did. Oh no, dear reader. That's not what I did at all. Fine, I replied.
I just freaked out. After I left the hotel, I drove around aimlessly for a while, just thinking. I thought about Crazy Beard, and I panicked. The next day I drove some more. I just had to think and work through my panic, and I should have told you. I'm sorry,
he said. Is anybody buying this? I'm definitely not buying this. I am not Crazy Beard! I shot back.
I know,
he said. Do you regret sleeping with me? I asked.
No, I don't,
he said. That was my first time, and you frickin' abandoned me. You abandoned me, I said.
I know. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say,
he said. I never want to see you again, I said.
You don't mean that,
he said. Yes, I do, I said back. Of course, I didn't really. Oh, come on! Just when I think I'm out, they pull me back in. Within a week, he had broken me down with his apologies, and we were talking every day again. This time, he kept the dirty talk down, for a little while anyway, but he started having me on the phone while he was gaming. Boring. I would sit there for hours and listen to him play a little game called World of Warcraft. I started to feel like I was second to this game. Let's be honest, I was further down on the list than just second, but yeah. I mean, everything is second to World of Warcraft. Once that game sinks its hooks in you, it's basically over, unless your significant other plays as well. And of course, all of this continued when I would visit Squirrelbeard. Yeah, I started visiting him again. Don't judge me. I am contractually unable to judge you as long as you learn something from it, which it seems like you did. By this point, Squirrelbeard had his own house. It was actually his parents' house. They moved out, but they were renting it to Squirrelbeard and his 2 roommates. This meant no more hotels, and I could finally sleep at his place again. Oh, hooray. Most of the time while I was there, he would just play WoW, and I would talk to Beetle, who by this time had a beautiful daughter that we will call Wee One. It had not taken much for Beetle to get sole custody, given the state of Ultrabeard's family and living situation, which was not fit for a baby in the least. It didn't help that Ultrabeard truly didn't seem to care what happened to Wee One. And so, basically, Wee One was Beetle's child. And every once in a while, Ultrabeard would pop in for a visit, you know, when she felt like it. Quality, top-tier parenting. Oh, if only it was so easy. I'm only a parent when I feel like it. Cool. It eventually got to a point that Squirrelbeard would tease me about being a WoW widow because of how much attention he gave the game. I guess there's some self-awareness peeking through. Still not official, but he was talking like we were when it suited him. It was also at this point that I should have seen how selfish he was. He would call me over to give him a bluey in his gamer chair, and when he was done, he would just go back to the game. This is the thing he described earlier. You're being treated like an object. It's time to get up and out. Although I do think OP's finally coming to the realization. I finally got sick of all this, and I had him show me how to play WoW so I could at least be involved in what he was doing. If you can't beat him, join him! He agreed, and I rolled a mage. I ended up loving it, and to this day, WoW is actually the best thing that Squirrelbeard ever brought into my life. I still roll a fire mage as my main, and both Beetle and Wee One play with me. It's become a family game for us. And they do play Alliance side, which of course is the right choice. If you ever need a basic human paladin, call me up. This just shows you where Squirrelbeard's priorities were. That is to say that Squirrelbeard's top priority was his own pleasure at any given moment, which is fine, unless you want people around you to care. And then you generally have to have at least one iota of caring about their well-being as well. And just as I was starting to realize this, Squirrelbeard did something that should have raised all the red flags. Because he hadn't already, I guess. But instead, I took this as, oh my god, he really cares. I was pretty close to graduating college, but I was also struggling to the point that I was considering quitting. I did great in my Photoshop classes, as well as audio and video. Illustrator, however, was a nightmare for me to pass. I vented this to Squirrelbeard one night during our nightly phone call. I can't do this. This class. I'm not gonna pass, and so I won't graduate anyway, I sighed.
You can't quit,
he said. Why not? I asked.
Because you're close to graduating,
he countered. And on the surface, it seems like top quality advice, but you know deep down he's only doing this so she could be successful so he can mooch off of her, right? OP says, I'm not gonna be a graphic designer anyways. I did this for lack of anything better to do. I know what I want to do now. I want to be a teacher, so why bother finishing this degree? I asked.
Because you're very close,
he said again.
And?
I shot back.
And you can't just throw it away. You know how badly I want a degree, and you're so freaking close.
He started to cry. It's my degree, not yours, and you can't make me finish, I cried back.
Stop being so difficult. Don't be an idiot. Just finish your classes,
he yelled. It's my friggin' choice, I yelled back. After living through being controlled by biological father, I did not take too kindly to being controlled anymore. Not even by Squirrelbeard, at least when it came to stuff like this. He screamed and hung up on me. We calmed down and we were fine the next day. Next time I went to see him, he was playing WoW, and I noticed that his headphones were broken. What happened? I asked.
You,
he said. Oh, I made you break your headphones, huh? You are just the biggest baby, man. I looked at him confused.
When we were fighting about you finishing school, I was pretty pissed, and I ended up breaking my headphones,
he said. Red flag, abort, run away. But no. Oh, I'm sorry I made you so mad, I said, putting my hand on his.
Oh,
it hurts me. Why, dude? I thought this was going to be the point of awakening, but we're not quite there yet.
I just care. I just want the best for you,
Squirrelbeard reasoned. I nodded. This was proof that he cared, right? Yeah, broken headphones, 100%. What'd you get me for Christmas? Pair of broken headphones? Awesome! And this is where I leave you for now, dear reader. When we resume, we'll catch up on the time that Squirrelbeard almost converted me into a
good Christian wife.
as well as the reason that I hate Ultrabeard with the burning fury of a million suns. TLDR, OP finally does it and continues to ignore every freaking red flag that Squirrelbeard waves. There are 3 parts remaining. I know that the fireworks are coming. I'm holding on to hope, you know. It does turn out okay for OP in the end, but I don't know, man. Squirrelbeard is just so insufferable in so many ways. I might have been too liberal with my use of the wall lately. I'm trying to find a reason for Squirrelbeard to not go against it, but I don't know, man. It sort of seems like he deserves it. He's 100% a user, and I don't like that none too much. I just can't wait for OP to realize that fact.
Hippitis, hoppitis, Deus Domine.
The Ballad of Squirrelbeard, Part 6, Saint Squirrelbeard. If you've missed the previous parts, those are in the description as per usual, and here we are, part number 6. I know I'm writing these pretty fast. Wish ReddX was reading them as fast. Honestly, I'm just a fast typer, and I have the time, so I decided I should get the whole story out as quickly as I can before I have to start focusing on prep for the new school year. I'm gonna do my best to keep this to no more than 8 parts. Even though there is an 8.5. But I also don't want to leave you with uber long stories either, so we'll see how much I can condense into this, but still put in enough detail to hopefully satisfy the readers. Side note, Beetle expressed interest in writing his tales of dealing with Ultrabeard and Cowgirl if anyone is interested in that. And I have seen some posts from Beetle. Haven't dug into them quite yet, but I do see them. They're on the list. Also, if you haven't already, you should read parts 1 through 5. Like I said, link in the description so you can enjoy the whole journey. There are parts of this one that are going to be hard to write, so let that be whatever type of warning you want. Oh, Lord. I don't know if I'm ready for this today. Edit. Thank you to Moonhorse for reading this part in such a respectful manner. We1 really appreciated it and found it cathartic. ReddX. As of this edit, you haven't gotten here yet, so you're about to read it. It does get heavy in this one, very heavy, so prepare for murderous rage. Viewer, you have been warned twice now. And then there's links to mine and Moonhorse's readings. I did have this part set up in front of me a couple days ago, but I decided not to cover it because I wasn't in the best space mentally, but today I think I can weather it. And now we get to the players. OP, yeah, that's OP. In her 20s at this point, in my last semester of college before graduation, at least at the start of this, convinced that we needed a job in Cityville so I could start my forever with Squirrelbeard. Still besties with Beetle, and loving auntie to Wee1. Squirrelbeard, by this point, he had lost his job at various video game shops and was a waiter at this bar and grill type place. He lived in a house that he was renting from his parents with 2 roommates. We'll just call them roommates 1 and 2 because they don't really play a large role. What happens if you skip out on the rent if the landlords are your parents? Beetle is a new father at the start of this tale, my best friend and true soulmate. He was living in another state and was dating Cowgirl again. They would eventually move in together, but at this point, he was just living that single dad life while carrying on a long distance relationship with Cowgirl. And then we've got Ultrabeard. This creature was the girl that happens to be Wee1's egg donor and the worst woman, aside from her sister, to ever walk the face of the earth. This creature is a disgusting waste of life and is only listed here because she unfortunately plays a small but important role in this tale. I've never hated someone as much as I hate this woman and her sister, and those reasons will briefly become clear within this installment. But tell me how you really feel, though. Wee1 is Beetle's daughter and an infant/toddler throughout this tale. I loved that sweet girl from the moment that she was born. I would eventually become her mom, but that happened much later on. Alright, so now we know who's who, a little bit of a recap, so let's go ahead and get on into it. So, after finding out about Squirrelbeard's violent outburst that I quote-unquote caused, I was more convinced than ever that he must love me. That is the wildest mental gymnastics, but I've seen it so many times I'm not even surprised anymore. We continued our mostly intimate relationship, and I continued to feel like a toy because no matter what I tried to discuss, It turned to the intimate times basically straight away. I figured that this was just how relationships between 20-somethings went. Oh, man. The Christmas break that year, the break leading into my last term of school, Squirrelbeard invited me to spend the break with him. More than that, he invited me to go to a Christmas-themed service with he and his family. Oh no, bringing you home to mom and all this? And I guess bringing you home to Jesus, too. Now, as I mentioned before, I'm not a Christian. I'm a pagan. I don't get into specifics much unless asked because I feel like religion is just a personal choice that no one should be judged on unless you're using it to hurt others. Rules to live by. I celebrate Christmas because my parents are Christian and it's colloquially known as Christmas, so I just kind of go with it. Now that I have a family of my own, my husband and I celebrate solstice with our daughter, just at home, and then we celebrate Christmas with the extended family. That is to say, although I'm not a Christian, I don't really mind the social aspect of religion, and I'm more than willing to partake in a respectful manner. Honestly, I love that outlook. That's how I ended up going to the Mormon church a couple of times. And they're good people. I like them as people. I just don't think that that's for me. And so, dear reader, continuing on, I agreed to go to church with Squirrelbeard and family. Family consisted of Squirrelbeard's parents, little brother, and grandma from his mom's side. I was slightly uneasy because I wanted his mom to like me. Squirrelbeard was very much a mommy's boy, so I knew I needed her to be on my good side. Oh, the stakes have just been upped. I realized quickly that this family was not just passively Christian. They were hardcore. Being simply respectful was not going to cut it with this group. I had to be one of them. And so I did. I mean, that's letting a lie set the precedent. So if this relationship went on for decades, you'd have to eventually just live that lie. I get wanting the parents to like you, but if they can't like you for you, then guess what? It's not meant to work out, you know? Anyways, OP says, I had been Christian at one point in my life, and Stepmonster had tried to convert me many times when I lived with her, so I got really good at pretending to believe, you know, for survival. It wasn't hard to flip that switch. After all, it was just for one night, right? Yeah, unless it works, and then you go into the decades of pretending to be something that you're not. Wrong. I could have told you that. This is a very short-sighted plan. Although that night went as well as one could expect, his mom tolerated me, which for her meant she liked me. It was far from over. When I got home from my trip, during which Squirrelbeard and I did it again, because, you know, of course we did it. We like to do it at that point. I served no other purpose. Oh, Jesus. We were on the phone, and Squirrelbeard sounded sad. Squirrelbeard, what's wrong? I asked. We were on the phone playing World of Warcraft, so I was only really half engaged in the conversation. I was still a noob at this point, so my guess is I was blowing up some murlocs in Lakeshire or something like that. Yeah, probably getting ganked in Lakeshire too. God, that brings back some memories, doesn't it? I really liked that area when I was starting out, and to this day, one-shotting low-level murlocs gives me a thrill because I'm a dork. Hell yeah, Fire Blast, just take your revenge while you're running by.
Oh, it's nothing, said Squirrelbeard. I don't think you should come to Cityville again.
Oh, that's nothing, is it? This, of course, caught my attention, and I stood up, leaving my character defenseless to any horde that might wander by. This was back in the days of PvP servers. Oh, really? Has that changed? That sounds terrible. I started pacing. This is a nervous thing that I often do when I'm on the phone. I walk and talk, and I don't know why, but I do. I started to pace my game room. What? Why? I scrambled.
What we're doing, it's sinful,
Squirrelbeard said sadly.
Oh, man.
Bobby cracked him open. She pulled out all his secrets. Sinful? I asked.
Sex outside of marriage. We can't do it anymore, and I can't be around you. You tempt me too much,
he said. Now part of me's wondering if he's being for real or if he's playing like some sort of angle. OP just blinked and said, wait, are you blaming me? You started this the first night you had me go down on you when I just wanted to sleep.
I couldn't help it.
Oh, God.
I still can't. It's just better that we don't see each other for a while. You lead me to temptation,
He said. And where, pray tell, is personal responsibility during all of this, Squirrelbeard? It's just so much easier to point the finger at someone else. You're the reason I can't control myself. No, dude, you just can't control yourself. Okay, said OP. What else could she say at this point? And then Squirrelbeard hung up, and I stood there in shock. I tempted him? He was calling me sinful when he started this? And so I said, screw him, and simply moved on with my life. What? No? Oh yeah, that's what should have happened, but what actually sadly happened is that I decided that if he wanted a godly wife, then I could be that for him. I started dressing very conservatively, think ankle-length skirts and oversized sweater, and I started attending church every Sunday alone. Bro, what? Just, come on. OP's intense need to be loved is starting to make me real sad. I saw nothing wrong in my newfound conversion, but Beetle was most concerned. So you're going to church alone, but he's in Cityville? Beetle said in one of our phone calls. Yeah, but I need to practice if I'm going to be a godly wife. I have to find a way to believe God's word, I said. You remember why you left the church to begin with, right? Beetle asked. Because they were preaching the Bible said, Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve, I said. Right, and that messaging has not changed. And if that's the case, has your support? Beetle asked. No, of course not. I still believe in the gods. I mean, God loves all consensual love, but the rest of the Bible I could get behind, I insisted. I don't think you get to pick and choose, man. God wants you like hot or cold, but if you're lukewarm, he's gonna spit you out. That's what I heard. Beetle continues and says, OP, what the hell's happening to you? This is not you. It's the me that I need to be. For Squirrelbeard, I insisted. Okay, I'm bringing Wee One to visit for spring break. It's time I meet Squirrelbeard in person, Beetle said. Yeah, fight him! Oh, yay! I can't wait to see Wee One, I said. To this point, I'd been buying all the baby clothes imaginable and sending them to Beetle for the baby, but I had not had the joy of seeing Wee One in person quite yet. And so, I continued to try and be the good, godly wife candidate for Squirrelbeard. This lasted for about a month before he started talking to me again. And of course, within only 2 short days, he turned the conversation to something more intimate again. I told him we couldn't talk that way because it was sinful, and Squirrelbeard said,
He couldn't help it. He needed to see me again.
I told him I could see him during spring break if Beetle and Wee One were welcome as well. He agreed, and we made plans. Oh, this is starting to get juicy, isn't it? It turned out to be fortuitous that Beetle was visiting, because Squirrelbeard had to work a lot during spring break, and this meant that Beetle could keep me occupied during the day, and Squirrelbeard could get what he wanted at night when he came home from work. It was Squirrelbeard's dream, really. Yeah, I guess so. 0 interaction except that interaction. As spring break got closer, I finally booked an appointment with the pastor of the church where I was going. I asked him about Adam and Steve, like I had heard so long, and told him that I just couldn't reconcile a God that didn't support consensual adults being in love. I'd been struggling with this, and it was the largest barrier to fully embracing the church. He told me the Bible was very clear and that it was a sin. I desperately wanted him to give me an out, but there was none offered. And it was at that moment that I knew in my heart I could never believe in this book that they wanted me to believe in. Defeated, I left the church and never went back. Honestly, it's a fairly easy thing to reconcile, and if he was any good as a pastor, he would have said, you can love the person, but not the actions, you know? And on top of that, considering the actions really have nothing to do with me, yeah, it's pretty easy to just love the person as a person. It ain't my place to judge, it ain't that pastor's place to judge, but I'm off on a tangent, back into the story. So, with my attempt at being a godly wife a full failure, and Squirrelbeard seemingly over his "you're sinful" phase, I returned to my old heathen pagan self. And then spring break rolled around. I went to Cityville Airport and picked up Beetle and Wee One. Okay, I'm gonna take a moment here as a mother. The first time I saw Wee One, I was taken right away. I loved that little girl like she was my own before, but when I saw her, I knew that I would lay down my life for her. At that point in time, I was only her aunt, but in my heart, I loved her as so much more than that. As a step-parent myself, I identify with you heavily, OP. I met my little girl when she was only 3 years old or something like that, could hardly speak English. But we sat down, we watched the Barbie movie together, I burned a meatloaf for her to eat while mom was in school. And she said thank you, she enjoyed the meatloaf, even though I completely botched it. And there we was friends for life. Now she's almost a teenager. Good God. Time flies. But again, I digress. Alright, enough with being a gushy mummy and daddy, I guess. The time had come, at long last, for Beetle to meet Squirrelbeard in person. I hope they fight, dude. They talked online before, through me, but since Squirrelbeard had left school the year before Beetle came to the school, they had never met each other in person, and I was excited. My best friend would finally meet the, quote, love of my life. Yeah, it's not a great dynamic for a fight, but I'm still hoping. I had to ask Beetle a bit about this part because, to be honest, I don't remember anything really, except sitting around Squirrelbeard's living room and chatting while we watched Wee One playing on the floor. I honestly remember a lot more about watching Wee One than I do about anything those guys said. Beetle said he didn't really remember the specifics either, but it was amicable. Getting to know you type of stuff. What I do remember is that the next night Squirrelbeard had work, so Beetle and I decided to go to dinner at a nice restaurant and catch up. And of course we took Wee One with us. There was a little pond right outside the restaurant with a walking trail around it, and after dinner we went for a walk. Beetle pushed Wee One's pram and I walked beside them. We walked and talked as the sun set. It's like the universe just laid out this tapestry for you guys, like, hey, fall in love, be a happy family. I think that's beautiful. Beetle and I joke now that this was our first date and we just didn't know it at the time. Exactly, but the universe has machinations. To anyone on the outside, it probably did look like a date. We probably looked like a happy family. I think everyone but Beetle and I saw it at the time, but I digress again. That's okay, we're doing a lot of that. We got back to Squirrelbeard's house, and Beetle got Wee One put to bed, and I went to Squirrelbeard's room and waited for him. I fell asleep waiting for him. Turns out he had gone out with friends after work. He was not happy that I fell asleep waiting for him and ended up going downstairs. What the hell is that? What? What's wrong with him falling asleep? Just a dysfunctional human being. So by this point, Beetle was up changing a dirty diaper, so Squirrelbeard sat and chatted with Beetle while he got Wee One put back to sleep. Beetle says he doesn't really remember the contents of this conversation either, and that it was probably just about some gaming BS. Either way, the boys seemed to hit it off okay, at least for now. Woo! Beetle said later that he liked Squirrelbeard well enough, but something about Squirrelbeard didn't really sit right with him. Listen to your best friend when they try and warn you. I will definitely listen to my best friend, but I won't believe it immediately. That's my advice. As college finally came to a close and I graduated, I ended up not getting a job in Cityville. My brother helped me get a part-time job in Capital City at a call center that he worked at. Oh, that was the most soul-sucking place ever. Sounds like it. It literally stressed me out to the point of making me physically sick several times, but that is not what this story's about. I ended up moving in with my brother and his roommate. We got a 3-bedroom apartment, of which I got the master bedroom because I was a girl with more stuff, and it sucked, honestly. I didn't mind living with my brother so much, but I hated his friend, our roommate. He was absolutely disgusting, but also bragged about how
he could always find a woman's spot without fail.
I don't believe you.
Cool story, none of that happened. He refused to clean the apartment, so I cleaned the common areas, at least when that happened at all. I later found out that he couldn't actually get a girl, so he had a weekly appointment with a lady of the night. Brother actually still lived with this guy until a few months ago. Brother had gotten his own apartment now, and he's super happy not to live with that dude anymore. They're still friends and still work together, but obviously I avoid him as much as I can, especially now that he doesn't live with my brother. Honestly, I won't disparage him too much for buying some companionship and doing what he feels he needs to do. I will, however, disparage him for being a disgusting pig and bringing up awkward conversation out of nowhere. Anyway, this was the first time that I had lived on my own. The first time that I had a job. The first time living away from my hometown. It was a lot, and I am thankful that I had my brother. I also had Squirrelbeard to make my life hell, of course. Now that I had my own place, Squirrelbeard actually came to visit me a few times. It was nice to see him and not have to make the drive for a change. It was also around this time that he started giving me even more whiplash than he had before. One day he'd be telling me about a date that he was going on, and the next day he was talking to me about what we'd name our children. I couldn't keep up. I had finally decided that I had had enough. See, breaking the bonds, becoming your own person is a beautiful thing. Also, hey, if you haven't subscribed to ReddX yet, here's your non sequitur to do so. Anyways, it was also around this time that Beetle was going through his own stuff. Cowgirl had shown her drunk, bipolar, true self not long after Beetle and Wee One moved in with her. After taking months of maltreatment, Beetle decided he couldn't raise his daughter in that environment. He packed up what he could and drove to my place. I told him I would help take care of Wee One and they could start over. He agreed, and I was so happy to have Wee One and Beetle living with me. I was certain when my lease was up that we could get a place together and start over. I still wasn't thinking romantically at this point because I'm dumb. I mean, I wouldn't even say you're dumb, you're just not seeing the pieces fall into place. It didn't register until the puzzle was complete. This lasted all of 2 days before Cowgirl called crying and begging Beetle to come home. She swore she had changed and would stop drinking. And so when I came back from work that day, Beetle had packed up and said he was leaving. Good God. Beetle can't see the signs either at this point, I guess. I begged him not to go back because I knew Cowgirl wouldn't change, and I didn't want Wee One in all of that. He insisted it would be okay, and he left. I was torn up. I had my best friend back and a baby that I loved, but now they were both gone again. And this took a bit of a toll on my friendship with Beetle for a while. It also greatly lowered my patience for the BS whiplash that Squirrelbeard had been spewing at me. I called Squirrelbeard and told him that I needed to see him. Oh, this is not an over-the-phone conversation. It's not gonna go well. I was done. It was hard, but I was done. However, I needed to say goodbye in person. Yeah, but do you though? I booked a hotel and asked him to meet me there. It was an overnight trip. I wanted to say goodbye and go home the next day. Squirrelbeard arrived at the hotel, and he could see that I was upset. What's wrong? He asked. Nothing. Come in, I said, letting him into my room. I tried to make some small talk for a while. I didn't want to just spring a goodbye on him. You see where this is going, I'm sure. Finally tired of small talk, he said, so what's up? I can't do this anymore, I said. What? He asked. It's over. I can't. I love you so much. You know how much, but I just can't keep up this back and forth of like, are we or aren't we? It hurts too much. So I have to end it. And I just wanted to tell you goodbye in person, I said, as the tears started to fall. Oh, P, I do care about you, he said as he pulled me into his arms. No, he doesn't. This is the love bombing phase. Run! I cried on his shoulder, and he held me for a couple of minutes, and then he pushed me back onto the bed. What are you doing? No, I said. We can't. This has to be over. Hey, you don't really want it to be, he said as he pinned me down. Oh, God. Oh, God. Why at a hotel? Call out for your roommates. This is horrible. I couldn't speak. I was in a state of shock and just let him do what he was doing and have his way with me again. I never said no in the moment, but I felt like he took advantage of my mental state to seduce me. Bro, that was not even close to seduction. And you did say no. What are you doing? No, we can't. This has to be over. I moved to prosecute him. If we can't prosecute, then I'm just gonna go tell him to stand over there by that wall that looks like Swiss cheese. Afterwards, he asked me if I wanted to grab a bite to eat. I agreed. I don't remember that meal. I don't even remember where we went because I was in shock over what had just happened. This had not been my plan. I do remember getting back to the hotel and him dropping me off up front. Goodbye, I said softly, planning for that to be it. Squirrelbeard, however, grabbed my arms.
It's not over,
he said. I looked at him and got out of the car and he drove away. Unfortunately, he was right. It definitely was not over. Yeah, you had to reject that as soon as he said it. Yes, it is. Goodbye. And he slammed the door in his face. It's like they do in police interviews, you know? Don't give them a chance to deny anything. All of these events, coupled with undiagnosed mental health issues on my part, led me to almost commit Minecraft myself after all of this happened. Brother stopped me, and ultimately, I ended up moving back in with my mom so I could get my head together while I got on some medication to help out my mental state. PSA time. As a creative person, I refused medication for a long time because I claimed that it would kill my creativity. Spoiler, it didn't. In fact, it's allowed me to live a stronger and happier life than I ever dreamed. I love where my life is today. This was all a very dark time in my life, but I did come out the other side. There's no shame in taking medication to help you live your best life. Well, I do appreciate that, OP. I will maybe medicate eventually. At least that's what I've been telling myself for the past decade. Okay, anyway. At this point, I was living with Mom. She had moved to Capital City as well for a job. Dad hadn't moved here yet, but he was working on joining Mom, so at this point it was just Mom and I in the house. Beetle was having issues of his own. Cowgirl had gotten more and more aggressive, and eventually Beetle had left again. Guess what? She never did stop drinking or self-medicating. Total shocker. So Beetle just took Wee One and was doing his best to find a stable home for her. It was rough as a single dad with no real career prospects, but he did his best. From time to time, Ultrabeard would pay child support, $50 a week, and she would sometimes take Wee One to go hang out. At this point in the tale, Wee One is 3 or 4-ish. Beetle trusted Ultrabeard to take Wee One for overnight visits. I told Beetle that he needed to keep Ultrabeard the hell away from Wee One, but I truly had no say at this time, and he insisted that Wee One needed a relationship with her mother, so my hands were tied. Yep, don't want to overstep your bounds, but I do see where you're coming from. So this is where we get into the reason that I loathe Ultrabeard and her sister more than any other beings to ever exist in the entire multiverse. I'm also taking this chance to warn you that things are about to get real disturbing. Oh, good. They weren't disturbing enough already. Jesus. I will not go into much detail here, and I do have Wee One's permission to share this. One day, Beetle called me in tears. What's wrong? I asked. That witch! Beetle screamed. What witch? I asked. Ultrabeard and her sister, they touched my daughter, Beetle screamed. I was in shock. I confirmed what I had just heard and verified it. We later found out that it was Ultrabeard's sister that had actually been doing the touching. Ultrabeard just helped cover it up so her sister wouldn't go to jail. Jesus, dude. Jesus. The darkest depths. Here we are again. Well, the good mood that I was maintaining today, it's just all out the window now. To say I was heartbroken doesn't even start to cover it. I love that little girl so much, and the horror that these monsters put her through, I will never forgive them. Nor should you. This is horrifying. Wee One had a lot of emotional issues after that, as well as some physical signs of trauma. She's 16 now, and she only has just started to come to terms with what exactly happened to her. She's okay now, and she has a wonderful girlfriend that goes to her school and knows about her past, and is also understanding of her trauma triggers. I'm truly grateful that she's finally coming out the other side, but I will still never forgive what Ultrabeard and her sister allowed to happen to that beautiful baby girl. God damn, dude, that is just so heavy. Yes, 2 more reservations for the wall, please. Get him over there! Death is probably too good, but I'm not creative enough to put you through what you actually deserve. Kill them all, let God sort them out, as we say here. I was very distraught, and I turned to Squirrelbeard for comfort. He didn't have much to say, but he did see this as a way to get back into my pants again. Oh, it's so exhausting. He agreed to come see me because my mom was going back to our hometown for a weekend to help my dad prepare for his move to Capital City. I had the house to myself. Squirrelbeard's visit was, well, like any other. He pretended to listen to me and my pain for as long as he could stand, and then he made a move on me, and then we boned. The next day he was getting ready to head home when he sprung a surprise on me. Oh, this should be good.
OP, there's something I have to tell you,
he said. Okay, what? I asked.
I've enlisted in the army.
Oh, God. He said, and I did a double take. You what?
Yep, I'm leaving for basic next week,
he said. So, when will I see you again? When will I talk to you again? I asked.
I'm not sure,
he admitted. I was in shock, and he had to go, so he told me goodbye and left. Once again, dear reader, this should have been the end of the story, but it's not. We still have 2 parts to go. Join me next time for Squirrelbeard in the army. It's just such a ridiculous premise. I'm hoping we get some Ernest Goes to Camp style shenanigans instead of whatever the hell it was we got in this episode. Usually I try to do 2 episodes at a time, but I'm just not strong enough today. I've had enough, I'm tapping out. But yes, TLDR, OP does everything she can to get Squirrelbeard to love her, including pretending to be Christian. Also, Wee1 is amazing, but her egg donor is a total scumbag. Scumbag's putting it lightly. I got a lot of choice words I could fling at her. I don't think any of them I could say on YouTube. Jesus. This was a heavy episode, but I hope we're through the darkest darks.
You're left. Come on, guys, you're left.
The Ballad of Squirrelbeard, Part 7, Private Squirrelbeard. Who here is surprised that he didn't advance in rank at all? I'm not. Part 7, 2 more parts to go. Count it down! I haven't already finished Part 8, which is the finale, and I'll post that tomorrow. And actually, there's been a Part 9 posted and a Part 8.5, so we're probably a couple more Squirrelbeard videos out. But yes, as always, welcome back to Emerald Aussie. Thanks for the comments and the love. It's been amazing. This part has a bit of a time jump in it, just because I didn't talk to Squirrelbeard for a couple of years. Shame that streak had to end, honestly. Edit, thank you to Moonhorse and ReddX for reading my tale. Moonhorse, you did a great take here. ReddX, the worst of the heaviness is over now. Not that this part isn't heavy, but nowhere near the level of the last part. Hey, cool. Instead of pulling your fingernails out, we're just gonna stick metal toothpicks underneath them. Yeah, I guess that's better, sort of. Anyways, on a side note, Wee1 has been talking about wanting to share her perspective on her experience with Ultrabeard. If there's any interest, oh, that's gonna be a feels fest. I don't know. I told her I was okay with it if it would be cathartic for her, and if I can read it before she narrates it with the masses. What do y'all think? I am deeply hesitant, especially with the things that are going on the channel right now. I mean, it's happening all across YouTube, but that's not for this video. If that story happened, if it happened, it would be for Patreon patrons, YouTube channel members only. Anyway, we got links to Moonhorse and ReddX's reading and links to the previous 6 parts. And we will get into our cast list. We've got OP in her mid/late 20s at this point, living in Capital City, still with mom and dad, although now it's due to physical health issues. My mental health was much better by this time, still besties with Beetle, and loving auntie to Wee1. Of course, Squirrelbeard, you know that guy, although you wish you didn't. At this point, he was in his late 20s and had enlisted in the army. They really will take anyone. This should have been the last that I heard of him. It was not. Beetle, my best friend, dad of wee one, trying to build a stable home life while still enjoying his 20s and dating every boy, girl, and, well, person that he's attracted to, because Beetle is pan. Oh, now it kind of makes sense in the Beard School saga why people are like, is Beetle gay? I guess I missed out on this crucial piece of information. Anyways, there's also wee one, who's Beetle's daughter, and a little girl throughout this tale. I did all I could to make sure that she never wanted for anything, even if Beetle was struggling. I sent her clothes, Christmas gifts, and anything else Beetle said she needed. I would eventually become her mom, but that happened much later on. It's good to be a helper, you know? Help the helpers, that's what I say. All right, game on! So, after Squirrelbeard went to the army, I didn't see too much of him. All right, I didn't see him at all. I didn't talk to him much either. I did hear from him a few months later, because he was going to be in the nearby town seeing his parents. We talked for a while, and he sounded like he wanted to see if we could work. We planned to go out for Valentine's Day. Oh, very timely. I'm reading this on February 13th, although with the YouTube struggles, I don't know when it'll actually go up. Anyway, I was absolutely fine with all that. Seemed like a great day for an official first date. Oh, P. Expectation is the mother of disappointment. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I got ready, and I waited for Squirrelbeard to arrive. At 6, he wasn't there. That's when he was supposed to pick me up, so I texted him. No reply. Does this feel familiar to anyone else? On Valentine's Day, though? God, shameless. Yeah, you guessed it. He never showed up. At 8, I finally got a text
That he wasn't gonna make it.
Okay, then. I went and put on my PJs, washed my makeup off, and cried. I mean, at this point, you've clearly realized that he's not worth crying over. But yeah, I wish past self realized this. What was the excuse? He didn't even give you an excuse? My dad passed away or something? See, the funny part about that is implying he has a father figure. That's like most of the problem here, is it not? All right, so that was the last that I heard from Squirrelbeard for a couple of years. So fast forward, I'm now 28, and 28 was an eventful year. For starters, Beetle and I were on the outs, which I guess means they're having a disagreement of some sort. I had to Google search what that meant. He had taken to spending time with a group of hippie activist protesters, and homeschooling/unschooling wee one. I didn't agree with this, but I didn't have much of a say, obviously. I also did not like when he told me that he would call at a certain time and I would never hear from him because he was with those damned hippies. We learned this in a Ramstein saga, okay? Never trust the hippie. So during this time, Beetle and I drifted further and further apart. As for Squirrelbeard, well, he texted me one day and told me
he was no longer in the army.
He had gotten out and was living in Southville, about 2 hours from Capital City. He wanted me to go see him, so I did. I thought perhaps we would have a second chance to see our love story through. Gag. Well, this is not the second chance. I can't count all the chances, but it's far too many chances. Notice how he didn't pay any attention to you at all while he was in the army. Now he's back and close and wants to feed his ego, so he invites you over. Can you not see? Why can you not see? Well, OP saw eventually, I guess. Hindsight's 2020. Anyways, we made weekend plans, and I went to see Squirrelbeard. I told him that after him standing me up on Valentine's Day, that it would be a platonic visit. I wanted to go slow and just be friends because he had really hurt me, and he agreed. You see where this is going, don't you? Because OP did not. These are just the hardest cringe days. I don't know. Some days I just want to pack it in. So I went to his apartment, which was decorated in My Little Pony, wall to wall. He had become a devout, full-on, unapologetic brony. I mean, we all make choices. We caught up on life. I filled him in on my life and vented a bit about Beetle. Hippies was his only reply. As he started telling me about his time in the army. He had been a linguist and had mostly been in Southville. He hadn't been stationed far away, except for when he and his wife had been stationed in... Wait, what? Wife? I asked.
Oh yeah, I got married. It didn't last long. She cheated on me with another officer, and it was a messy divorce. She refuses to go back to her maiden name. Like I want that heifer keeping my last name,
he said. I mean, you were quick enough to give it away, apparently. Wait, come again? You were married? OP asks.
Yeah,
Squirrelbeard says. I blinked. You never mentioned that.
I thought I had. Oh, well, yeah, I was.
Bit of a bombshell.
She took half my anime box sets.
Squirrelbeard lamented. She probably just did it to hurt him, and I don't blame her. I really didn't know what else to say at this point. Something else that he had failed to tell me. Wow. Okay, so... My Little Pony? I asked. Gesturing around the room. Dude, this is such deep cringe. I love these human interactions that are just so awkward. Squirrelbeard nods.
I love MLP. It's such a great show about friendship. My favorite pony is Pinkie Pie. I even have a pink computer that I built.
Whoo, boy. You have a pink computer? I asked.
Yeah, it's my favorite color,
Squirrelbeard said. Nothing wrong with that inherently, I guess. I have a pink guitar. But to hold it up as like a cornerstone of your personality, I can't sign off on that. All right, now, dear reader, as you must know by now, I am a supporter of the LGBT community. Hell, I'm part of it. I'm bi, my husband's pan, my daughter is either a lesbian or pan. She's still working all that out. I have zero issues with who you love. I do, however, have issues when you're acting like a closet case when you've been homophobic for the entire time I've known you. Unless it involved two hot chicks, whoa! I mean, does pink automatically imply closet case? You're coming at my pink guitar at this point, OP. I think the truly crazy thing is trying to tie a color to a gender. OP continues, do I honestly think Squirrelbeard is a closet case? Hard to say. I want to say no, but really that's just Squirrelbeard for you. But honestly, given his church upbringing, it is entirely possible. I'm not going to sign off on much, if any, of that paragraph. We'll move forward amicably. Thank you. This is what I was pondering as I started to feel sorry for Squirrelbeard. Had everything he'd done to me been because he was struggling with life in the closet? Not that it would excuse some of the things that he did to me, but it might, I don't know, explain it? We're grasping for reasons at this point. Can it just not be that he's a despicable human being? Usually things aren't that cut and dry, but for my own sanity, I have to pretend that they are in this case. I was still pondering all that when I felt Squirrelbeard's hands on my hips
and his lips on my neck.
I pulled away. Damn it, Squirrelbeard. I told you, this is a platonic visit, I cried. It was the first time that I had stopped him, and the first time I had stopped him so forcefully. Was I getting over him? What was happening? I certainly didn't find myself as attracted to him as I had been in the past. But no, that couldn't be. Love doesn't die, or else it's not love. Thus, if I ever loved him at all, I still did. I don't think that's how it works. It had just been a while, and now I had to get to know him again. Love definitely dies, especially if one party is being treated horribly. Essentially, and I probably said this before, wifey is my mirror. You know what I mean? If I see that she starts having a rough time, that means that I need to step up. Do I always do that? No, I don't. But love is something that needs to be watered in order for it to grow, right? I don't know if you still hold these beliefs. I don't know if I'm just being like extra combative today. But I disagree again, OP. I'm sorry for the tangents, everybody. My goat is getting got right now. Squirrelbeard says,
Come on, you know you want it. Ah.
See, this is why I was delaying the inevitable. Squirrelbeard whispered in my ear as he pulled me back against him. No, I truly don't, I said, trying to pull away.
You always do,
he said. This went back and forth for a couple of minutes until I just finally got tired of it and gave in. Ugh, crushes my soul. This is so frustrating.
Just when I think I'm out, they pull me back in.
We undressed and got in bed, and then he went in his closet and came out with a bunch of bondage gear, including a collar and a leash. Dude, if you're so desperate to control something, why not start with your own life? All right, pause. Not to get too deep into my proclivities, because there are elements of this that I enjoy, although only with my husband, but I've never been into a leash and collar thing. It doesn't really get me going to be chained up like a dog. No, just no. I refused to put it on, and Squirrelbeard begged. Jesus, dude, this is probably too heavy for me today. I'm not liking this story.
Come on, try it with me. I've always wanted for you to be my little pet,
Squirrelbeard pleaded. No, I said.
Please, OP,
he begged again. No, and if you push it, I'm stopping this right now, I said.
Okay, fine.
He went back to kissing me and doing other stuff.
Call me Daddy,
he whispered. What? Ew. No. Are you serious? I asked. Yeah, he is serious. Again, same reason. He needs to feel like he has control of something. And of course, Squirrelbeard continues begging.
Please, I want to hear you call me that,
he said. I felt so disgusted. Oh, Daddy, I said, grossed out with myself.
Oh, yeah, again,
he begged. Oh, God, I'm begging too. Please, no more. I'm not ashamed to admit that I faked it just to be done with it. Truth be told, I always faked it with him. But this time I faked it a lot faster than I usually would have. I know. I honestly thought that sort of release was something that just wasn't for me. That something was wrong with me. But I found out later that is not true at all. Probably so. Just kind of need somebody that knows what's going on there. or to be emotionally invested enough in each other. I think that's the real secret ingredient, you know? OP continues. Obviously, I was not entirely happy with the way this visit went. He made it extremely and while I should have said no, I decided that it just wasn't worth arguing with him. Dude, pack it in. Go home. Why do bad things happen? Anyways, this is a good time to take a break. Yes, please pull me out and discuss why I couldn't just cut him out of my life. At this time, it wasn't just about being in love. By this time, I don't think I was completely in love with him anymore, but I had this whole soulmate idea in my head, and that was really hard to let go of. I mean, I still believe in soulmates. It just was who you thought it wasn't or something. It's also really hard for me to cut people out of my life. I want to be that friend that is there no matter what. I've learned as I've gotten older that that's not always possible, but at this time, I was still in the midst of learning that lesson. OP, you're like such a Virgo. I'm a Sagittarius. I'll leave people because their socks don't match. I don't believe in any of that. So for this reason, I couldn't bring myself to just cut Squirrelbeard out of my life completely. I still haven't 100%, but that's for part 8. I guess that's why more parts keep popping up, isn't it? Basically, at this point, I was loyal to a fault. And I don't mean that in a, I'm gonna say it's a fault because I want others to recognize it as positive and build up my ego sort of way. I mean it in an, it actually is my fault and I need to work on it because it breeds toxicity in my life sort of way. You can be toxically loyal, and I absolutely was. Still am, but I have improved. I think you could be toxically anything, that's true. Too much of a good thing. So after that visit, I did continue to talk to Squirrelbeard, although not even close to daily anymore. That is the smallest victory ever, but you know what? We gotta take that. We take those. I had my own stuff. At this point, I found the joys of comic conventions and podcasting. I loved cosplaying, usually as a DC hero, actually usually some version of Supergirl, and I got invited to host some panels on various topics, from fanfic writing to movies that were so bad that they're good. Think The Room. I met some amazing people that I look up to, and it was a great time. Of course, I was working as well, because Comic-Cons certainly do not pay the bills. Not yet, anyways. I was working in preschool by this time. I left the call center behind because it was causing me way too many stress-related health issues, and I actually love working with kids much more than entitled adults that
Needed their TV fixed today because their precious baby needed to watch High School Musical. And if I couldn't make it happen, then I was a meanie head.
paraphrase of an actual call. That's when you offer to make a house call, and then you show up and smash the TV with a hammer. And say, this is poison for your brain! Your dopamine receptors will thank me! I also did some text-based RP at the time as well, and continued to play WoW. I had gotten my dad into it by this point too. God, there was a time everybody was hooked on it. World of Warcraft. My dad was actually more obsessed with it than I was for a while. I still lead the guild he started proudly. Damn, I miss him. Damn, dude. Your father's legacy is the guild inside the game? Yeah, I guess I would have to play forever at that point. So yeah, all in all, life was pretty okay. That said, I was still fighting with Beetle, and that was only deteriorating further. The hippies continued to contort my bestie's mind into something that I did not recognize, and no amount of reason would get through to him. It all came to a head one day when he could not understand why I was so mad at him. Maybe because I don't like you promising to RP with me and then standing me up, I shot back. Oh, so you're mad I actually have a life. I got real life friends and you're jealous, Beetle countered. Bro, way to miss the point completely. We're talking about two different things. Nothing constructive is gonna get done if you're arguing like this. Hear each other, listen and respond, for God's sake. Obviously they did eventually, but yeah, in the moment it's frustrating. I sighed. No, I don't care that you have other friends. I do care that you tell me you're gonna be online at the said time and I'm there waiting for you, and you never show. It's like we're doomed to repeat our past traumas or something like that. Well, I'm sorry that I still have a life outside a computer. I can't always plan for these things, Beetle said. Then don't give me a specific time to be online, because when you make plans with me, I'm taking you at your word. I tried to reason. You're acting like a jealous ex-girlfriend. I don't understand your issue, he said. I mean, in this moment, maybe he didn't know that Squirrelbeard stood OP up so many times, and this is part of her past traumas. All of us do, because OP has spilled her guts in the previous parts. So I'm not sure if Beetle is actually unaware here, or just deflecting, or, you know, he's a dude in his early 20s that doesn't really know how to process stuff like this. I think that's the likeliest answer. I've definitely been here before, kinda, sorta. OP says, you're making plans with me and then bailing. I'm sorry we can't make plans in real life, but this is the only way we can hang out. So I take these plans as plans, I said. Beetle was just getting more angry. I can't plan my life around a computer. I'm not asking you to, I cried. He just didn't get it. Yes, you are. I don't understand why this is all such a big deal, Beetle said. Because I'm in love with you. Oh, I cried. And I froze the moment those words left my mouth. Oh, I hadn't meant to say that. To be 100% honest, I hadn't even really known that I felt that way until I said it out loud. You what? Well, you picked a damn fine time to say that, he cried. I'm sorry. That's just how I feel. I just guess I want a life with you and we could raise wee one together and you should just come here, I said. I was stammering and grasping at words at this point. That is never going to happen, Beetle said. Damn. Shut down. I started crying. I had these feelings I just realized that I had, and this was a hell of a time to realize it. I get that. I can't do this anymore. OP hung up, and that was the last time that I talked to Beetle for another year. Oh, all this will they, won't they? Come on, guys. Come on already. OP says, I thought for sure this would be the end of our friendship. It is the closest that we ever came to ending our friendship, that's for sure. I was super depressed when I lost Beetle. Mom actually got worried about me because I was so depressed. I made a playlist of sad songs and I'd lay in my room listening to those songs and crying. One of those songs was Shoulda Known Better by Richard Marx. To this day, when it comes on the radio, I tease Beetle by singing it to him. When it comes on the radio, who's out here with a radio? When I play it on Spotify to antagonize him. As for Squirrelbeard, somehow he wasn't as important anymore. I was honestly unsure how I felt about him at this point. What I did know was that I couldn't cut him out of my life because he was a friend, if nothing else. That's some heavy coke, man. I finally decided I needed to see him again come on, to try and sort out my feelings for him. I had no idea how this would end up changing everything. Hopefully for the better, maybe. I planned a weekend trip to go see him in Southville. I went to his apartment and I sat down in the living room and had a talk with him right away. Squirrelbeard, this is a completely platonic visit. I'm in a bad place and I'm trying to sort some things out. I just need a friend. We've been friends for a long time, and that is what I need right now. A friend. So, can you be that for me?
Could you do that for me? Could you?
I asked.
So we're not gonna do it?
He asked. I sighed. No, I'm just not in a place for that right now. Please, I truly just need a friend. Squirrelbeard nodded.
I could be that.
Thank you, I said. And this time, he seemed to be true to his word. We went and hung out at a game shop, ate a meal. It was really normal friend stuff. I did note that the pony decor had expanded to taking over his truck by this time. Oh, I will never get over that huge truck decorated with Pinkie Pie everywhere. It happens more and more. It's disgusting. He forced me to watch My Little Pony and it was painful. Don't get me wrong, I like some kids stuff. I will still watch Power Rangers when the mood strikes, but MLP with its hippie messages of fairness equals inclusive. Is everything wrong with the world today? But that is yet another story. I mean, it would be nice if everything was fair and inclusive, but this is just really not the way the world functions. Simply denying reality does not disprove reality, all right? I'm sorry, not sorry. In either case, when it came time to go to bed, Squirrelbeard actually offered to take the sofa. I am not okay kicking you out of your bed, Squirrelbeard. I'll take the sofa, OP says.
Hey, you're my guest. You take the bed.
Squirrelbeard said. Look, I really am not comfortable with that. I don't mind the sofa at all, I said. We argued for a couple of minutes when I finally had a stupid idea. Oh no. Oh no! You are okay with being platonic friends, right? I asked. He nodded.
Yeah, if that's what you want.
And it is. We're both adults. We're almost 30. We can share a bed. As friends, right? I asked. Oh, God. You're tearing me apart inside. I just can't anymore. I don't understand. It's only a 2-hour drive or whatever back. I'm just gonna go back home. My feelings are now sorted. We're just friends, and that's it. I'm dying inside. Yeah, sure, Squirrelbeard said. Yeah, sure. I nodded and went to change clothes. Do you feel history repeating itself yet? I do. It's driving me insane. It's Groundhog's Day with Squirrelbeard. I got in bed and he asked me if I was sure.
If you're really sure that you want to keep it platonic.
That should have been the first red flag right there. Get up and out. OP just says, yeah, I just want to sleep. I was exhausted and I started dozing quickly. Not sure how long I was out when I was woken up by pressure on my body. I opened my eyes and realized Squirrelbeard was on top of me, his hands under my shirt. I froze for a second because I'd been in a deep sleep, and once again I was weighing if this was real. Once I determined that it was, I waited a few more seconds. No! Just to see how far he would go. No, enough with the testing and all this. I think we all know exactly how far it's gonna go to completion. I'm really dying inside right now, dude. When I felt his hand slide into my pajama bottoms, I quickly got my wits about me and wiggled out from under him. Okay, well, there's something we could hold on to. At least OP's gonna get a little confrontational. What are you doing? I asked.
You're so beautiful. I want you to know that,
he said as he pressed his lips to mine. Actually, I don't, I said, turning my head. I realized I was actually grossed out by him touching me at all at this point.
Come on,
he said. I'm sure he thought he could wear me down again because, well, he always had before. No, stop now, I cried as I pushed him off of me.
OP, come on,
Squirrelbeard whined. No, this is not platonic. I'm gonna go sleep on the sofa, I said.
No, it's okay. I will,
he said, leaving the room. Why not just go home? Why exist in the same space at all? We all know what it is already. Is he gonna come back? He's gonna try this again, isn't he? OP says I didn't sleep much the rest of the night. Woke up every few minutes just to make sure I was still alone in the room. The next day I told him I cut my trip short and had to go home right away. There you go. We never spoke about that night again. And still haven't to this day. Maybe you should? Seems like one of those things that needs to be addressed, huh? For his sake and yours. All right. On the drive home, I finally realized that I was no longer in love with Squirrelbeard at all. After all he had done to me, after all he put me through, I was done. He killed that love. Hey, happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Don't forget to subscribe to ReddX. I did love Beetle, but that was all over. All that was left was to just move on. And so I did. I focused on moving on with my life. I went back to school to get my degree in education. I lived at home while I did this, but I still worked in childcare. I made some new friends, continued cosplaying and going to Comic-Cons. I started collecting more comic books and getting really into that. I didn't talk to either Beetle or Squirrelbeard for a very long time after this. But that, dear reader, is where I have to leave you for this installment. In the next and last installment, at least until 8.5 and 9, I'll tell you where Squirrelbeard and I are now and how Beetle and I finally ended up marrying. Until then, thank you for reading. It is really hard for me to get into the sort of mindset where you feel really just committed to somebody so hard. Like I've said many times before, I'm committed to my wife, 90% of my love, but you gotta save a little bit for yourself too. Just so you know, when that other person walks away, you won't crumble completely. But I guess OP did have to go through all this process, coming to grips with everything, withdrawing her love, so now she could finally start using it on herself, improving her life, and really that's what you need to do to have a fulfilling relationship. At least, in my estimation. I don't have the best advice all the time, but I'm out here, I'm trying, and that's the most that we could ask, I suppose.
Orange man bad.
The Ballad of Squirrelbeard, Part 8, From Squirrelbeard to Neckbeard. You guys remember Neckbeard? He was in the Bourgeois Beard Saga. I recall, somewhat. So here it is, the finale! Not really. This wraps up my tale of the Squirrelbeard and actually gets us up to the present day. Very present, because writing about this actually made me curious, so I texted him to see what he was up to, and, well, we'll get there. Why would you text? Oh my god. After all of this, you're still in contact? No, man. Cut it off. Cold turkey. Edit. Thank you to Moonhorse and ReddX for reading my tale. Got you, fam. Moonhorse, I truly enjoyed your reading of this saga. ReddX, you have a bonus Red-exclusive ending in your subreddit, since there has actually been an update since I wrote the first part. Hope you enjoy it. The cringe does continue to this very day. Yeah, because you're still texting him. Although I am grateful for the Red-exclusive ending. And you're using the branding, which is just beautiful. For Moonhorse's reading, click here. For ReddX's reading, click here. I mean, you choose your weapon. And if you haven't, link in the description. Many parts down there. And now the players. OP, that is user Emerald Aussie, in her 30s by this point. No longer in love with Squirrelbeard, but unsure how to proceed where he is concerned. Squirrelbeard, yeah, he's also in his 30s, spends most of his time at game shops playing Magic the Gathering when he isn't working. Beetle, my best friend, father of Wee One, love of my life, eventual husband. Wee One, Beetle's daughter, and later on, my daughter as well. This covers her life from around age 8 to age 16. Oh, they grow up so fast. All right. One more time, with feeling. I'll be honest with you, I don't feel anything anymore. I can't feel my legs. When we left off, Squirrelbeard had tried to assault me, and I decided that was it. I didn't want to be with this man. After 14 years, the spell had broken, and the idea of even kissing him repulsed me. This was quite a turnaround after insisting for over a decade that he was my soulmate. I spent some time regrouping because this was a lot to wrap my head around. In the meantime, Beetle and I had slowly started talking again, but it was mostly small talk and not the hour-long talks about anything and everything that we once had. He had finally parted ways with the hippies, except for his girlfriend, Hipster. I remember telling a mutual friend of ours that my friendship with Beetle would never be as close as it had been again. And thankfully, I was wrong about that. Yeah, now you guys never been closer. Now you truly know each other in a biblical sense. At this point in my life, I was just focused on school and maintaining a daycare job. Childcare is a volatile industry, bro. I would never. It doesn't pay well. Daycares change owners frequently, and turnover is just absolutely insane. I managed to stay in the industry and as a lead teacher for most of the time, but not having job security, yeah, that's pretty stressful. I also saw another guy off and on during this time. He was like half Neckbeard and half niceguy, and I prefer not to think about him at all. Was he worse than Squirrelbeard? Don't tell me you're still texting that guy to this day as well. That Squirrelbeard's better than this dude and we get Saga about the Squirrelbeard but not about this guy? There's a story to be told, but I can't make you tell it. That's fine. We're moving on. Not long after I turned 30, Beetle reached out to me saying that he was having a hell of a time finding a job in another state and he didn't know what to do. He'd also found out that Hipster had been stealing money from him and was using it to buy mouthwash to hide her alcoholism. Oh yeah, we're going through Listerine like crazy. Your oral hygiene is on point.
Drinking orange juice, expecting the vitamin C to hit you right away. It don't work. Just this does.
I told Beetle that the job market in Capital City was booming, and if he would come here, my offer still stood, and I would do what I could to help him and Wee One get settled. To be honest, most of this was so that I could help Wee One have some much-needed stability. Because of a lack of any actual offers, Beetle agreed, and he came to Capital City. And so a new chapter in their lives starts. Oh, it's beautiful! I found an extended stay hotel for them to live in that I could afford while he got a job and got Wee One settled into school. She was back in public school by this time. It was a little awkward at first to reconcile with Beetle after everything that had happened, but it didn't take too long before I was practically living in that extended stay hotel too. One night when I was there, he was telling me about this girl that he was friends with in another state that wanted to date him, but he'd been out with her once, and she was a terrible kisser, so it didn't go beyond that. Ah, yes, the answer to that inevitable question. What that mouth do? Nothing good. All right, I'm up and out. I made a comment about how awful it would be to be a bad kisser and not know it, and that I hope the guy never thought that about me. Oh, you dropping some hints here, huh? He asked if I wanted him to kiss me and tell me, and I nodded. So he did kiss me, and the moment that he did, it pretty much devolved into boom boom immediately. We decided we would be friends with benefits. That's it! Yeah, that totally works out. There's just a lot of tension going on here. And now that you've relieved it, I don't know that we could ever stop relieving it. Once Beetle had managed to secure a job, we ended up getting an apartment together. It had 2 bedrooms, and we gave Wee One her own, and Beetle and I shared one. As friends, of course. Bro, I don't know how OP, lies to herself so well. I wish I could trick myself this easily. Yeah, we're totally just totally friends. Yeah, totally. That summer was a lot of my family thinking that we were a couple and us vehemently denying it. Then came our first holiday together. Beetle and Wee One didn't have any family, so I invited them to spend it with my family. When we got home that night, Beetle looked at me. "If you ever want to take me off the back burner, I'm right here," he said. Oh, he's holding some feelings back too. I looked at him in shock. What? I didn't know you were on the burner at all. You said it would never happen. Well, I am, he said. And this is why friends with benefits, it ain't a thing that's functional. I know this from experience too. There's always feelings involved. I left the room and went for a walk to clear my head. We had our friendship back. Did I want to risk it? Yeah, I did. This was a gamble that I wanted to take. I told him I was in, and we started dating officially. Oh, hooray! 3 months later, he proposed, and just shy of our 1-year anniversary, we got married. I mean, that's moving quick, but no judgment. And actually, it was pointed out to me that they totally knew each other from before. So yeah, consider it time served. This is all moving as it's supposed to. So I adopted Wee One as well. That piece of crap, Ultrabeard, was all too eager to sign away her rights. There was no fight, and the adoption was uncontested. Ultrabeard wanted to get out of paying child support. To her dismay, the adoption did not end her child support obligations. Ah, you played yourself. She has 2 more years. It's the least that she owes Wee One after the absolute garbage parent that she was. Wee One is a great kid. As I said before, she has a wonderful girlfriend and they're looking at universities together. I'm so proud of her. Yeah, she's in the Discord as well. She a good kid. She doesn't show up to the Twitch chats though, so you know, I don't begrudge anybody for that, but I did want to plug both the Discord and the Twitch right here, right now. Come and join me for one or both of those things. Our marriage has had some trials. We lost my dad to cancer in 2019. 3 weeks later, I was diagnosed with cancer. God, dude, that's heavy. I went through chemo and managed to come through it. I'm in remission now, but I never could have survived without Beetle and Wee One taking care of me and supporting me. I often say that the YouTube class quest is not soloable, but life in general is just not soloable. You need somebody there. Then 2020 happened, and we all know what went down then. Yeah, the ReddX YouTube channel was established and totally blew up because everybody was sitting in quarantine. Some people found they didn't like being in quarantine with their spouse. Beetle and I found out that we are totally fine just having each other for company. I highly recommend marrying your bestie. And I did. And we enjoyed quarantine relatively well. Wifey does get a little bit antsy just sitting at home all the time, though. This year, Beetle and I will be celebrating our 6th wedding anniversary, 7th as a couple, and 21 as besties. Beetle just got his master's degree and is working towards his doctorate. We're both teachers. We live in a house in the suburbs with our pets and daughter. We teach at the same high school that Wee One attends, and Wee One is super happy to finally have 2 legitimate parents. She's a great kid that I love more than anything. Life is good. I'm so in love with Beetle, and it's a love that I never dreamed of when I was chasing after Squirrelbeard. Alright, that's good. I'm happy you're happy. That's a lot of backstory. Kinda knew it because we did the beard school thing before we finished up Squirrelbeard. But it's a bit more in depth here, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. And all of that, of course, brings us back to Squirrelbeard. So, what the hell happened to him? Hit by a bus, I hope. Well, he ended up going to school for something tech-based, but struggled to find a job. He did end up with a girlfriend, but it is not a good relationship. I mean, any relationship with Squirrelbeard involved in it, yeah, that's not gonna go good. We have sort of kept in touch a little bit. That is to say that we talk every few months and catch up and then nothing for a few more months. Why even continue the charade at this point, I ask you? He has no kids and his girlfriend doesn't want him, even though he does. He says that he and his girlfriend are more like roommates at this point, but he doesn't want to leave her either. He claims happiness is a myth and contentment is the best that one can hope for. When I express how happy I am, he just says, "That's good. Most people don't find that." He has no job security, no real prospects, a poor relationship, and just sort of gets through life. Happiness is definitely not a myth, but it's also not a perpetual state of being. You need to seek contentment, and then sometimes you'll be happy on top of your contentment, which is great. But happiness is just one of those things that's really hard to maintain for an extended period of time. So I sort of actually agree with what he said there. Really, for him, it's a cope to deal with the way that his life has gone, but now you are reaping what you sow. Like, I can't even feel that bad for you. When all of the right-wing conspiracy stuff started, he hopped on that bandwagon. When did it start? What is that? Started a long time ago. I'm not sure how far down the QAnon rabbit hole he resides, but he's mentioned that he expects to be rounded up by the left wing and taken to a re-education camp any day now. Yeah, and if you had any kids, they'd feed them soy. Squirrelbeard refuses to take the COVID vaccine and thinks there was a mandate that never existed. I really don't want to get political, so I'll just leave it there, but you get the idea. I do get the idea. Because of his conspiracies and refusal to be anything but miserable, I can only handle texting him in short bursts. So why do I text him at all? Well, he's an old friend, and I just can't abandon him. That's a choice you made, honestly. You can. It's really easy. I wish that I could save him, but I've accepted that the most I can do is let him know that someone cares if he ever wants to be saved. Beetle doesn't get it. But I show him all the messages, and so he knows how far gone Squirrelbeard is, and I think, when it comes down to it, Beetle pities Squirrelbeard just a little bit. I mean, Squirrelbeard really is pitiable, but at a certain point, 3 words, OP, scrape him off, you know? I'm tired of all this. You've hurt me too much. And so, yeah, that is where Squirrelbeard is today. Writing this made me realize that I hadn't talked to him in several months, so I shot him a text, and of course, nothing has changed. He's still with the same girl and debating breaking it off, sad that he has no kids, job hunting because his company's about to close up shop, and he's considering getting a plot of land and just going off the grid. Oh, does he have money for that? Is that an option? Yeah, do that. I guess this is also his left-wing overlords can't come and round him up. I'm not really sure how he would play WoW or Magic the Gathering off the grid. He still does both. No judgment from me, though. WoW is a favorite family game for us. Less sigh. You can play Magic the Gathering off the grid. All you need is some cards. Or he plays it online.
Like a pleb. That's not even real.
TLDR, OP gets her happy ending with Beetle. Squirrelbeard turns into Magabeard. So that's it, kinda. That's the tale of Squirrelbeard to this point. I'm sorry for the details I forgot, and I did change some minor things that didn't really mix up the story, just to be sure that Squirrelbeard doesn't know that this is about him if he finds it before going off the grid. Bro, he ain't never gonna go off the grid. He ain't got money to go off the grid. By getting a plot of land, do you mean squatting? Because, okay, maybe that'll work for a little bit. Anyways, obvious spoiler, my town is not really called Capital City. Thanks for reading. If you're interested in Beetle recounting his tales of Ultrabeard and Cowgirl, let us know, because he's willing to write his own saga. Thanks again, and take care, one and all. Honestly, you can't say that you didn't see this coming, right? He sowed so much, and finally he reaped. At least a little bit. He didn't fully reap all that he sowed, because if that were truly the case, he'd be in federal pound-me-in-the-butt prison. But I guess we'll take this for now. You made other people miserable, and now you're miserable. And that sort of makes me happy. But we do have other parts, so let's see what that's all about as we get into part 8.5 right now. Red exclusive ending to the Ballad of Squirrelbeard. Hey, ReddX and company, I saw that ReddX made a video for part 1 and 2 of Squirrelbeard. Thanks so much, I was honored! Honestly, hearing the beard voice for my sperm donor and Squirrelbeard just made my day. And the Legbeard voice for Crazybeard was just, chef's kiss. Just so thank you for that. There used to be a part 8.5 here, but there was one final update, so now it's part 9, which you can find over here. And with that, the Ballad of Squirrelbeard is truly over. Well, I really feel like I've been rused here, but okay, let's get over and do part 9 right now. Red exclusive ending to the Ballad of Squirrelbeard. Part 9, The Squirrel Returneth, aka the good ending. The bad ending is the one where he goes to federal prison, right? Hey everyone! So I thought my final update to this would be a small 8.5, but you might have seen that 8.5 now redirects you here. That's because I ended up with one more whopper of an update. This should truly be the final update, and I decided to make it a part 9 just for ReddX Industries. That's right, you can only find it here. Quality craftsmanship and low prices. Before I get to this final update, I need to give a shout out to some people. ReddX, of course, for reading Squirrelbeard. I know it was a tough read, but I appreciate it. I also want to thank him for cultivating such a fabulous community. Some of the best mates I have currently are on that Discord. Big love to Mute, Yemeth, Scarlet, Cop, Crayon Eater Jerry, and Willbot for giving me great advice about Squirrelbeard, being a sounding board when I needed it, and just being there for me when I needed it. I know there are many more. The Discord is a wonderful community, but you lot went above and beyond. I love each and every one of you. I am super proud of the Discord. I gotta say that much. There's so many talented people, great ideas, nice, friendly, just willing to help out. They're beautiful human beings, and I'm honored to be surrounded by them. So, okay, enough of that. Yeah, enough of that. Finally, the final update is coming at you. If you read 8.5, I didn't. This starts in a familiar way, but the last part is quite different. A few months ago, Squirrelbeard texted me out of the blue. It was weird because typically I was the one to check in and see how he was doing.
Hey, can you talk? I need a friend,
he texted. Yeah, sure, I'm on my conference period. What's up? I replied, actually legitimately very concerned.
Emo girl and I broke up,
he said. Emo girl is that girlfriend that I mentioned at the end of part 8 that he was considering breaking up with, but never actually did. Oh, I'm so sorry. You want to talk about what happened? I responded.
She cheated on me,
he texted. I figured the relationship had run its course. I did not expect cheating. Oh, damn, dude, I'm so sorry, I replied.
It was with the dude in World of Warcraft.
I mean, it's emotional cheating. It's not really physical. Maybe that doesn't make it better. It would make it better for me, though, I think.
I'm the one who got her into that game. He was a guy that we both played with,
Squirrelbeard said. Yeah, watch out for those private messages. They gonna get you. Ouch. I really didn't know what else to say. I did, however, feel that he needed a friend. I promptly texted Beetle, all the way on the other side of the school, and told him what had happened with Emo Girl and Squirrelbeard, and asked if he would be uncomfortable if I invited Squirrelbeard to our house. Ugh, no. I really don't think we need to do all that. We just moved into a new place, and I had been wanting to have people over anyways. Yeah, people over, not beards. Beetle felt for Squirrelbeard and said that I could absolutely invite him over, as long as he was on his best behavior. I promised that I would make that clear, and I turned back to the conversation with Squirrelbeard. You need some friends, you can come up and visit us in Capital City, I said.
Yeah?
He asked. Yeah, absolutely. And from there we made firm plans. Life being what it is, and Wee1's hockey session about to start, thus our schedule being insane, we planned to have him over about 1 month later. I mean, that's a good amount of time to prepare, but I don't think one can ever truly be prepared for a beard to re-enter their lives. Deep breath, everybody! Over the course of that month, I continued to talk to him and be a sounding board. He was really depressed about Emo Girl cheating on him. He said she hadn't had a job in 2 years. He bought a house and had been supporting her on his own while she fell into a deeper and deeper depression. He said he felt he failed her by not pushing her harder to get some help. I explained that you simply can't help those that won't help themselves. And that's exactly what I was just about to say. Yes, you're partners, but one partner can't drag the other around forever. I know, my wife dragged me around for a long time. And then I saw the toll that it was taking on her, and I realized that I have to get up and be on my own 2 feet. And some days she still needs to drag me, but some days I need to drag her. Now it's a two-way street. Now it's a beautiful thing. But it could have gone another way. Could have gone the Emo Girl way. Anyways, finally the day came, and Squirrelbeard arrived at our house. I hugged him, happy to see an old friend. I hadn't seen him in person since the night that he tried to, do that thing to me in his apartment. Yeah, I'm aware of how that sentence sounds. Not good. Not good. Comment section gonna have a field day with this one. He hung out at our house for several hours. We talked a lot and caught up. To say that Squirrelbeard is in a bad way is an understatement. He is 40, single, depressed, living in a house that he bought for his girlfriend that he is now completely alone in. His job is not stable, and, well, he hates what he's doing anyways. He's still scared of the evil liberal overlords, eventually sending him to a re-education camp. I filled him in on my cancer journey and how I got to the good place that I'm at now. I felt almost bad talking about how great my life is when his life really does suck so bad. Honestly, you shouldn't really feel bad about talking about how good your life is, because maybe it could be sort of a roadmap for Squirrelbeard. Like, yeah, I was at this really dark point and I found my way out. Now you're at a really dark point, you can find your way out too. You just gotta want it bad enough, son. Get a second mortgage on the house and move to the Philippines and live your dreams. Beetle was surprised at how enjoyable Squirrelbeard was to talk to. He said, he's actually not a bad bloke. And we decided that we would be inviting Squirrelbeard over again. Dude, after he did those things to you? I don't understand. It takes a really, really big person to be able to move past that. I couldn't. I just couldn't. Well, actually, I'm not sure that we're going to invite Squirrelbeard over again because of what came next. I texted him a few days later. Hey, it was nice to see you again. We'd love to have you over again, and it was really nice to catch up in person, I texted.
Yeah, it was,
Squirrelbeard replied. It was also his birthday, and I texted him an image of kitties that said, have a perfect birthday. Oh, that's cheese, and I love it.
Thank you, my friend, but cats? Cats are the harbingers of doom,
he replied. Lamau, have you met me? I'm all about the kitties. Besides, the real harbingers of doom are squirrels, I responded.
We do bring disaster, don't we? I am a harbinger of doom,
he replied. Yep, still identifies with squirrels, check. Also, significant edgelord tendencies, check. At least if you were a harbinger of doom, you'd have some control over your life. Not control in a good way, but at least it's control, maybe, sort of. It's a little bit of armchair psychology. OP just replies, yep.
Single life is hard,
Squirrelbeard said. I'm sorry, I said to him.
It isn't your fault,
he said. It's called empathy, I replied.
Details. Unless you're willing to dress up as a French maid and show me the night of my life. That isn't likely to happen. I guess I'll accept empathy,
Squirrelbeard said. Yes. Yes. He still tried to use me as an object of his desires after everything that had happened. I mean, I wish I could be surprised. A tiger doesn't change its stripes, OP. Now you understand why I'm shocked that you're still inviting him into your house, right? Please? Jesus. Yeah, I think Beetle would object, is OP's reply.
I suppose he could join too. I'll allow it,
Squirrelbeard said. Oh, God. Okay, that's it. Pull me out. If you stick around after this, there's truly no hope, okay? I would oppose that, I said to him.
Oh, well, a man can dream. I do fall back into bad habits, don't I?
He asked. Old habits, anyway, I agreed.
It's wildly inappropriate to flirt with a married woman and to fantasize about having a three-way with her. I label myself an a-hole for it. I don't enjoy the idea of a homewrecker,
he said. So, wait, is he a self-aware beard and he does it anyway? Yeah. No, he's only using the acknowledgement as a way to try and pry deeper, you know? I made these statements so you can hang on to hope and invite me back over to your house. I see right through you, Squirrelbeard. I see down to your soul. And it's ugly. You never could be. Beetle is my world. I'd never do anything to risk losing him, OP said.
Help me find love. Blind date. Go,
Squirrelbeard said. Go? How about please? How about I don't want to lose any friends because I set them up with you? Hey, you want to date my friend? He's totally a hot mess, but you know, maybe he won't assault you if you go over to his house. Maybe. Forget about it. I tried to give you love, Squirrelbeard, and you missed out, and I finally moved on. Everything Beetle has could have been yours. Just saying. Besides, I don't even have any single friends, I said.
I get it. You love him. I could have had it. Stop trying to make me jealous,
he replied. Bro, you think you're a factor in any of this at all? Yeah, I was only dating him to make you jealous the whole time. That's why we got married. He's such an idiot. So yeah, after everything, he regrets losing me. He's still trying to use me as an object of fantasy. He knows that he is being an a-hole and does it anyway. And yeah, I let Beetle read all of these texts. Not sure that we'll be hanging out with him again after all. What is not sure? Definitely not. You shouldn't have anyways. I'm losing my mind. I do have sympathy for him, but I'm not sure how far that actually goes. It ultimately comes down to what Beetle is comfortable with. I meant what I said. I would never speak to Squirrelbeard again if he asked me not to. Beetle is everything to me. I did eventually text Squirrelbeard to check on him since the breakup was a few weeks behind him. Just stop texting him. Just no more. After the maid uniform and all this conversation, come on! It turns out Emo Girl did come back to get some of her stuff. He invited her to stay for 4 days. During these 4 days, she mocked his attempts at therapy, asking why she doesn't deserve a second chance, and well, I'll let him tell it.
I messed up. Bad, he said. Like, super bad.
Oh no. No, I said. I knew it was coming because this is the same thing he did to me, but that was back in our 20s. He wasn't still pulling the same thing in his 40s. Surely not, right?
I was happy to see her, because I do truly miss her and care about her, but we're bad for each other as we are. And we did the wild thing, which was foolish to do because it only made things worse. I made the following days awkward and stressful, and she accused me of only wanting her for Boom Boom, he said, and I sighed. Damn it. He did the same thing to Emo Girl that he had done to me. He took advantage of her feeling for him and banged her without any regard to how it might affect her. I knew it. Of course you did, and of course it did, and of course she did, I replied. Remember what I said earlier? Tiger changing his stripes and all that stuff? It doesn't happen. Give up. Move on, drop out. It's over. It's been over. He then went on to explain how he almost took her back, but didn't. And she was gone now, and he knew he messed up. I just cannot bloody believe that after all the things he put me through, he learned nothing. I mean, I guess I can believe it. Just, it's one thing in your 20s, but in your 40s? You see, this is why rehabilitation's not really a thing we do after a certain point. That's why we have the wall out back. Now I invite him. Squirrelbeard has a reservation against said wall. If you could just head out there and put this blindfold on. So there it was. Definitive proof that Squirrelbeard has not changed and is incapable of learning anything. I almost feel bad for Emo, except, well, she did cheat on him, so there is that. I mean, generally girls cheat for emotional reasons, and it seems to me that Squirrelbeard hasn't developed that side of himself very much, so of course she's starving for emotional affection. I go to bat for Emo on this one. Squirrelbeard just total trash. Everybody get away from him. He's hazmat. And that is where part 8.5 ended, but there's actually a little bit more. Oh, so much more. You see, mates, Squirrelbeard finally pushed me too far. How many chances is this? Okay, good. Finally, get him out. He did the one thing that ends any sympathy that I have for someone. He talked about my husband. I mean, I guess if that's the final straw, that's the final straw. But after all the things he did to you as a human being, he should have been out of there a long time ago. I'll take what I can get. I'm just truly grateful that this didn't go on forever. So this happened last week, mid-January 2023. Once again, Squirrelbeard texted me out of the blue.
It was weird, because I had just had a dream about him the night before.
Happy Friday,
he said. Yeah, happy Friday. How are you, mate? I asked.
I'm doing okay. How about you?
He replied. I'm good. Funny you texted me. I had a dream about you last night, I said.
A good one, I hope,
he asked. I don't know, I guess. I dreamed that you got a job teaching on this campus with Beetle and I said. Side note, the dream was about what you'd expect. Squirrelbeard and Englishbeard when beards collide. So it actually wasn't that great of a dream. More of a nightmare, I do suppose. I mean, that was my first thought, but it ain't my story. I'm letting you tell it.
I've been looking for a new job, lol. I doubt I'd ever want to teach, though,
Squirrelbeard said. I doubt that you're capable of teaching. No, that's not what OP said. Yeah, I didn't think so, OP replies. Phew, honestly, we really don't need any more beards in teaching, to be quite frank. Though I would pay to watch Squirrelbeard, Englishbeard, Pitbeard, and Mannybeard all interact, as long as I could just watch and not be involved in any of it. Inevitably, you would be involved. Just don't wish for this.
It's a neat idea, though,
he said. No, it isn't. My guess, I just miss you, and my brain was sticking you in the place that I am the most, I said. Yeah, I was missing him. This, however, did not last.
You guys need to come see my place sometime. I just got a new oriental rug, and you can see it real good when you're on your hands and knees.
He texted. Yeah, the part between the asterisks was him, not me. He wanted to say something inappropriate, and he didn't. Oh, well, I made one up. I said it for him. It's just a guess, I guess, as to what was going on in his brain. He just alluded to it, so I ignored that part. Don't ignore the giant waving red flag anymore, OP. Stop it! Yeah, we could plan something. Let me know what's a good time, and we'll see when we can do it, I said. This is about the time that I told ReddX's Discord about this conversation thus far, and I got a lot of "don't do it, stay away from Squirrelbeard" comments, and I'm flattered that they care so much. They are echoing my exact sentiment. Please! Meanwhile, back in the text messages, I continued, so what have you been up to?
Besides finishing the cleanup, nothing really. You?
Squirrelbeard asked. Now, does he mean cleaning up really, or like in the Chris Trucker way? I got a lot of questions. Clean up? I asked.
My house was robbed. It was trashed. Stuff was thrown everywhere. My dogs were beaten. They stole all my guns, all my nice work clothing, and the worst part, no insurance. I'm on the hook for everything,
Squirrelbeard explained. Honestly, I should probably get some homeowners insurance too, you know? It's hard living out here in the Philippines. I think if I wasn't at home 24/7, we probably would have been robbed multiple times as well. We got a nice house. There's lots of nice stuff in there. It's a poor country. If nothing else good came out of Squirrelbeard, at least it motivated me to get some homeowners insurance. But OP says, bloody hell, OMG, I'm so sorry, mate. I had no idea what to say. I screenshotted this part of the conversation and shared it in the Discord and asked how I could say no to him when he clearly needed a friend. Some of them said he was manipulating me again and trying to gain my pity. I'm not sure if he was or not, but either way, it does seem like a pretty crap situation. Someone else suggested that it was karma, and yeah, it's kind of hard to argue with that one. 100% accurate. Either way, I had one major question. Are the dogs okay? See, OP's asking the real questions now.
No, Rover's finally stopped limping, but Spot's eye has been swollen shut for 3 weeks. The vet gave me drops for it, hoping it helps. It hasn't so far. I've been testy since it happened, he said.
Dude, that's brutal. Why would a burglar beat a dog? You could just bring him like a little bit of beefsteak and he's happy, you know? He'll let you walk right in. I wish there was something that I could do, OP says. I hate when my mates are suffering and I'm helpless to do anything.
There isn't. I've just been slowly putting the house back in order. They opened boxes and dumped out everything. They stole random stuff too, like a 12-pack of Pepsi and some liquor, 3D printer, guns, clothes. The worst part though, my dad was here visiting. He and I weren't home, but the stress made his Alzheimer's worse. I've seen a difference between before and after the robbery. He just went downhill so badly, he said.
This lie is getting more elaborate. That's how I know it's a lie. And like somebody in the Discord said, even if it's not a lie, karma. Oh, mate, I'm so sorry, OP says. As I said in the previous part, my dad and mom grew up next door to each other. Before that, his grandparents lived next to my great-grandparents. Our families have known each other for a couple of generations now. I think that connection ends with my generation, even if he does, by some miracle, have kids someday. You should move here, I said. Why? I don't know what possessed me. Was I trying to make my nightmare a reality, or am I too nice? Who's to say? You're definitely too nice. You definitely need to be stronger about lines in the sand and boundaries. You do it on a professional level. I've seen it in School of Beards, but you need to do it in your personal life as well. For your own sanity, please and thank you.
Move closer to a liberal city? No thank you, Lamau. I'm actually looking for work in conservative city north of there. It's safer, farther from the big cities, and I could go off-grid, he said.
God, if only. Please do it. Stop talking about it and do it. Personally, I'm scared of that part of the state, but you don't have the same issues as Beetle and I, so I can see how that would benefit you, I said.
Lamau, I'm scared of your part of the world for the same reason, he replied.
Y'all really dividing up on political lines. Don't you know it's all fake? It's a giant swizzle. The oligarchs sit on their throne and laugh. OP says, yeah, that's doubtful. I'm scared because my daughter's openly dating another girl and my husband's often mistaken for being gay and is actually bi. I literally fear for their life and my own if someone found out that I was bi. I doubt that's the same thing that you worry about, mate, I said.
Well, it's the same line of thought, just from the other side of the political aisle.
I took a deep breath. Not exactly. Our existence isn't political, I replied. I was starting to get upset now. Honestly, I'm starting to get a little bit upset too. You want to know what my political movement is? Hashtag everybody poops 2023. Yeah, we all humans. Yeah, we all got poop inside our buttholes. You remember that? Never forget. All right. Moving on.
I just don't want my life being ruined because someone films me when I'm having a bad day and puts it online. We both have our fears,
Squirrelbeard said. Well, maybe you just shouldn't say horrible things. At least you don't have to worry about your literal life. There are areas. I don't even want Beetle to be alone in because if people make the wrong presumptions about him, it could cost him his life, I said. So is this what finally caused the fallout? A big political to-do about who has it worse than the other person? I just can't anymore.
We can agree to disagree,
Squirrelbeard said. No, not really. You haven't the faintest idea of what it's like to live openly LGBT and just be yourself. Beetle grew up in Ireland and suffered homophobia when he was there with his now ex-boyfriend. He deals with it all the time because people assume he's gay. We're safe-ish here, but we still have to be alert. And Wee One has a girlfriend, so I have to worry about my daughter as well, I said.
Squirrelbeard says, if he dressed like a man and didn't paint his nails or wear makeup, then people wouldn't presume that he's gay. Squirrelbeard replied, dude, people should be able to be themselves. As long as you're a decent human being, I don't care if you wear makeup or paint your nails, alright? He wears eyeliner and black nail polish sometimes. He dresses in black jeans and a nice shirt most days. What the hell are you on about? Why am I even justifying this to you? My husband shouldn't have to change himself to avoid being bashed. And what, my daughter should just not be with the woman she loves? I shot back. Nah, she's a girl. Men like seeing two women together. She'll be fine, he said. Oh, God. Yeah, I take everything back. What am I even talking about? I blinked. My daughter is not dating a girl to be some creeper's fetish. She's dating a girl that she loves, and it's no different than if she had a boyfriend. Yeah, I guess, but it'll keep her safe. Beetle needs to stop looking so gay, and he'll be just fine. Seriously, love, are you sure that he isn't gay? Squirrelbeard asked. I was white-knuckling my phone by this point. I was so angry. Beetle was sitting next to me on the sofa and looked at me. Love, you're turning red. What'd that wanker say? He asked. I was too angry to speak. I pulled my arm back to throw my phone across the room. Okay, let's not do that. Let me see, Beetle said, as he pulled the phone from my hand and read the exchange. He laughed. What a bloody wanker. Like I give a single shite what he thinks of me. And he really thinks being conservative is the same as being LGBT. And the idiot thinks a smaller town is off-grid. Love, he's just a moron. I nodded. You're right. I'm done. He's pushed me too far. I took the phone back and typed one more reply. I am not your love. Not anymore. Beetle's my love and he loves me. He's bi, as am I. I'll let you fetishize my bisexuality, but I won't let you do that to my daughter. God, I'm so happy I married Beetle instead of you. You're so... I feel sorry for you. Truly, but mostly, I just hate that I wasted so much time, I said. There you go. Fairly accurate statement. Wow, okay. Can we just talk about something else? Have you noticed egg prices? Yeah, that'll bring it back around. The egg prices. We can all relate. I didn't reply, and I have no intention of replying. Say all the crap about me you want, but bring my husband and daughter into it, and you're dead to me. Especially given Wee One's past, I'll not allow anyone to try and do that to her. And Beetle, he's my world. The bloke is everything to me, and I'll fight anyone that talks crap about him. So, there you have it. This very long, epic tale of Squirrelbeard is finally, truly over. What was Squirrelbeard after when he texted me last? I'll let you decide, because I truly don't know. Did he want a friend? Did he want sympathy? Did he want to try and get me back? Who knows? And at this point, who really cares? I have my happy ending, and the miserable squirrel can go rot in his misery. I'm gonna keep living my best life with Beetle. Thank you for reading, ReddX. I'm glad that you made it through this saga. The sequel to this is Bowserbeard, but I promise it's not this heavy. If you want heavy, check out my Raised by a Nice Guy TM saga. And of course, there's always School of Beards. Thanks to ReddX and everyone I mentioned earlier for helping me get through the last part of this saga. I truly feel that I am finally done with the squirrel. Remember to like, comment, subscribe, ring the bell, and otherwise support ReddX. Hey, maybe Teespring. After surviving Squirrelbeard, the bloke deserves it. Until next time. I don't know, man. It just seems really weird that you could be assaulted multiple times, but it doesn't really all fall apart until LGBT issues get brought up into the whole thing. I guess it really is like an accumulation of things. And if this is the reason that you finally decided to break ties, we take those, you know? I think the whole I have it worse than you argument is dumb. Nobody wins at the end of the day.
Because in a conversation like that, nobody's providing solutions. They're just sitting there and going, I got it so bad. And the other was like, no, I got it worse than you. Who cares? Get up and out, you know? And yeah, I don't really think it's about the LGBT thing at all. It's about an attack on the husband and the daughter, and I can understand that. That is the part that I truly do respect. So I see where you're coming from, OP. Glad to have him out of your life, for God's sake. It took so goddamn much to get here. But finally we are here, and it is over. We can close the book. I want to thank you guys for watching along with me. You know, like, comment, subscribe, do all the things to the video. Oh, yeah. We got links in the description. Many social medias, Twitch, Discord, Twitter. I'm on all of those relatively often. There's also Facebook and stuff. We've also got a Patreon list, which I'm going to sing today. There once was a man with a big ReddX who had a member list to flex. But since that list was 10 miles long, he had to write a shanty. Sean Cantwell is at the fore in the galley, chronic chef Snowbore, then Mick Jackson and Quack Quack and a lone gibbous Usagi. Zachary Roseman, Ghost Raven, Tally Marks can write in pen, Lady the Squirrel's up high in the rigging, high on caffeine. Miss Black, Harley Ho, and Robert Allen Waits can wait no more. Camille, Sarah, Santa, Jerry Wall, Fluxer, thanks the masses. Yammoth Studies, Jerry, Life Chef Dan's awesome with a knife. Silent revolvers not loaded and vertical loop goes sideways. There's Jerry and Zatharus, Tato Ferret is frickin' great. Anna Cherish, Jerish Kitsune, and a Zarfar Barkar medley. Andy Frankenberry's here, Assassin Pug Jerry strikes fear, then Blade the Hero Bitch Gremlin, and a Chancellor Blue Kraken. Dr. Lark, Commander J Tank, Dirty Little Jerry is getting clean. Dude's getting a leg beard now, Aaron Era 7192. East Bars 50s 29, Epoxy peers through time. Hadrian BR India, and a pint for Irish Pirate. Heathcliff is a comic strip, Iron Hollow has got a grip, Radiated Jam is Goo, JM Coon and Jerry Blacktail. Jukebox Jerry's got the beats, Cuddly Kraken, he gives out treats. Then there's Juicy Lucy's tale of her daddy's saggy baggy. Ew! Lady Italian, Lauren Crow, Lady Nix, and Lord Jerry-O. Lady in Awakening, legitimate girth's not bulky. Luke of X is in the car, Livy O'Brien's at the bar. Mad Monk, Melgar, Metal Factor, like and subscribe, likes you. 9 of a craft rep, this might sing. Prince Regis, side spots, Needless King. Princess Jerry, Kins is chill, and so is Scarlet's Coven. Ravencraft, Helmodius for Sergeant Gay Cop, he fought a war. Then Sarita, the Lolita, Silo, Imp and Storm Jerry. Spinal number 29, Stephanie Goodner is so fine. Synaptic Boomstick, Tuggermouth, Little Who is the cutest. The next one really is a name, just so you know I'm not to blame. I don't know how to shorten it, so you hear the whole damn thing. Trying to find another marble to get back to the real world. Now that's done, High Vanguard Angel, VC3 and Viking Jerry. Wiki Tech Cage, Alex 9, not another. Jerry's fine. Comrade Moon, Akiri, Bad Penny Lane, Captain Clown Jerry. Carcass Thirds, the Venom Jerry, Jace Christensen, and Big Dad Wolf. One Leg Jerry has returned and was met by Normal Jerry. Amara, Alder, and Aguilar met Saga and Cake Jerry at the bar. Atomic Jerry, Zilla, Broken, Spine Horse, Radish, Spicy. Hey, it's California Jerry Girl, Chicarda, Pandas, plans unfurl. Oh wow, there's even more names now, so I guess I'll just keep going. Corey does commissions now, then Bunga Jerry with the cow. Cryptides and Defon Jerry, Defta Tuna Deku. There's Delta Grex and Dorothy Dude, the daughter of Sir Jerry Boo. Ghost of Alpha, then a mouthful, Greymon 365. Half Slavic Jerry in a tracksuit, he can nod is right behind. Then HMT Mayor, who's shilly for cringe a Lobe Ultra. Hydra Jerry Solman's here, Janitor Jerry's on the pier. Jeffrey and Geralt of Riviana Jerry, spelled like Jesse. Jerry Springer, not a neckbeard. Jerry the sussy Bacchus next. Jerry Mom has got it going on, and so does Jerry Roxers. Jerry role-playing game is next with some flaff references in text. Machia CD maybe next time, Mr. Gas Mask Gassy. Not invisible angel scene, Raptor Art and Snom Jerry, then Spoonie the Rogue, Spoopy Scary Jerryton and Jerry Two Knives. A mercantile transaction looms, Infinite Jerry is beyond blooms. Tokyo Bird, Trickster, Unkale, Von Whimsy did Jerry do. Double Z throws us Mountain Dew, grows his neckbeards to his shoes. Triple Z morphs into all the defenses against neckbeards. We're not done, there's another page. Okay, I'll just choke down my rage. I'll try to keep it short and sweet, cause I want to end this shanty. Bearded snake and valley-eyed crane, Justin Carlisle is insane. Bedazzled misery's not sad, and John indoors hates sunlight. Fire Drake, he is so cool, he makes all the ladies drool. But when this shanty's done, he'll tuck his tail and go. Risk of failure, Dawnbreaker, Drake, Project Duke 302 is cool too. Sam Myers, Scott, Joanna Ross can really throw a rager. Me, Jerry, and Espanol, just video watching, not a troll. Amelja Hannon's name sounds cool, and Mute is always talking. Selwing 666 wears black, Samantha is from Bewitched, in fact. Origami Steve, he is the goat, and Vladimir Dragonov. Hey, train boy, she's an angel dark. Skylar Rain is in the park. The fez wearer is not a hat. Robert Thibodeau's a scholar. Heaven sends $1 more. Grim Tribe is at Tooth Plushie's door. Corey Arts Florentic Waiver. Dungeon Bats in Extra. Billy D's hanging with Brendan Ashcraft. Phantom Danica the Bomb. Skylar Morningstar a weapon. Gypsy Barbara Death Flagship. Now this listing may end. It's way too hard to comprehend. Thank God all the reading's done. I'll shave my beard and go. Shouts out, Jerry's not Jerry's alike. You're giving me life over here. I don't read the list as often as I used to, but I'm putting like extra effort into making the songs and stuff. So I do hope you enjoy it. Shouts out to Fire Drake as well for writing that song out. My God, that's why he got his own section, his own verse. And he really does deserve it. Just total MVP stuff going on over here. Thank you guys for joining me. As always, join us again tomorrow. Keep yourself safe out there. Wash your hands, all that stuff. And of course, always remember, friends, that you are loved. You are worthy. You definitely deserve it. And I shall see you in the next one. So until then, bye-bye.